Learning 3D skills opens up endless creative opportunities and career paths, letting you transform imagination into something tangible and impactful. People work in 3D because it's the ultimate way to bring ideas to life. Whether you are visualizing a building, designing a product, or crafting an immersive environment for your films or games, 3D allows you to create, explore, and communicate concepts with incredible detail and realism. Hi, welcome to Simple or Difficult. I'm Toolbars, and today you are about to embark on a journey that could completely change the way you see 3D design. And we're going to be doing that using 3ds Max. Whether I've never opened 3ds Max before, or you have opened it before and you're overwhelmed and intimidated by its complexity, this is the only beginner's tutorial that you will ever need. Trust me. 3ds Max is a powerful software used by professionals to create 3D models, animations, and visualizations. It is a go-to tool for bringing creative ideas to life. Whether you are visualizing lifelike buildings, crafting detailed characters, or creating a stunning environment, 3ds Max can be used very well for all that. So if you have ever admired realistic environment in video games, jaw-dropping architectural rendering, or the magic of animated movies, chances are that 3ds Max was part of the process. It is a favorite tool for architects, designers, game developers, and 3D artists because of its versatility and powerful features. But here's the good news. You don't need to be a pro to get started. 3ds Max is not just for experts. With the right guidance, 3ds Max can be very beginner friendly. You can start small by creating basic shape and work your way into crafting detailed, realistic designs and renders in 3ds Max, of course. Do not panic, that's where this masterclass comes in. In this video, I will walk you through everything you need to know to go from complete beginner to confidently using 3ds Max. We'll start by exploring the interface and learning how to navigate the software. Then we'll move on to creating basic shapes, understanding 2D and 3D objects, and working with Editable Polys, the building blocks of complex designs. By the end, you will have hands-on experience through a practical project that ties everything together. And by the time we are done with that hands-on project, you will be able to make this. I'm going to be with you every step of the way to make sure that you understand every single concept of what it is I'm doing every point in time in this masterclass. Whether you're curious about 3D design or ready to start your journey in visualization and 3D modeling, this tutorial is designed to give you the foundation that you need. So without any further ado, let's dive right in and unlock the amazing possibilities of 3ds Max together. Let's go. Now, when you open 3ds Max for the first time, you just finished installing it and you open it for the first time, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see this welcome screen, and it is going to, like, when you look around, you're going to see that it is trying to show you how to make use of this software. It is telling you that in the viewport, you have the control camera viewport display, and you have Scene Explorer. By this side, we are going to be looking at all these things in detail, okay? We're not going to go too much into detail, but I'm going to explain it enough for you to get the hang of it so you can follow along very well in this tutorial. All right, so when you open 3ds Max for the first time, it might be a bit intimidating, I know, but then just stick with me throughout this course. I'm going to put you through so that when you open it, at least you can be able to recognize some things and then relate it to the other softwares that you already know how to use. So above there, you're going to see sign in here, select workspace, command panel, time and navigation. This pretty much sums up the UI of this 3ds Max, and I'm going to be showing you now. Now it is trying to tell you how to navigate. The navigation tool, okay, you can use the scroll wheel. Hold on a minute. Where is it again? Okay. When you hold tumble the view, that is to orbit, you hold Alt and you use the middle mouse button. Okay. Use the middle mouse button, it's going to orbit. You hold it down, it span. You roll it, it is going to zoom. That's simple stuff. So when you open it, you spend some time here. It is going to tell you how, you know, the software is going to, and most of the things you are even going to find out here, you'll find out that they are already the same thing that you're already used to with other softwares. So let me just close this and so we can just get into it. Now, I left this thing here on purpose because I just installed my 2025 prior to now. What I use is 2024, but I decided to upgrade to 2025 so that we can have this course in an updated manner. I just finished installing the plugins I use. Like these are render engine. When you install a plugin or render engine, whatever, okay, it is going to come in like this. Okay, these are toolbars. We're going to look at toolbars in detail, but I just want you to notice that these are toolbars. This one is a finished FD toolbar that you use to simulate the elements, both water, wind, air. You understand? So this is beyond the scope of what we're going to do today, so we're not going to talk about this. But then I just want you to know that toolbars, you can dock them in different places. Okay, you can decide to dock this one vertically, but it's not going to be enough to contain it. As you can see, we still have some things down there that we are not, going to be able to see. So the best place to dock this is right above here, in there. Okay, that is perfect. Now we already have an Arnold toolbar. This is the Arnold render view already docked for us in here. Arnold is a render engine that comes with 3ds Max. Okay, so we're not going to use it, so I suggest you remove it from there at least and put it somewhere else. Now for this particular one here, this is the V-Ray toolbar. All right, if you hover around it, you're going to see things that are related to V-Ray. So all these things now, I want to dock it here like I always do. So you can dock it around, you can even dock it here if you wanted, but that is going to be strange because that is not what I'm used to. So you find what works for you wherever you want to. If you want to dock yours up here, you can dock yours. That is when you install Corona renderer. So I assume you already have your Corona renderer installed before watching this video, because in this video we're going to be using Corona renderer to render. That is at the end when we finish doing our hands-on project. Okay, let me just shift this one side so that they will be side by side. So I'll put the chaos scatter here. All right, and then I'll put this other two here. That's everything is okay. So now let's talk about what everything is. Let's look at everything and explain what they do. Obviously, at this top place, you can see you have the project name. Okay, that's basic. When I rename this, it's untitled now because I've not named this project. Once I rename it, it is going to change to whatever it is I name. So it wrote untitled Autodesk 3ds Max 2025. Now on this side, you have the minimizing, the maximizing button, and then the close down, the shut down button for the software. So right underneath here is where you see your sign in detail. This is where you sign in from, and then here is where you change your workspace. So here now, this thing right here is called the menu bar. From here, you can access your editing tool. You can access your file, obviously. This is where you make modifications to this file, create new file, reset, open, auto backup, all these things, you can access them from here. Okay, you can save, you can import, you can export, you can share view, you can go to reference. We're going to be talking about this later on in this video, where I will show you asset tracking. Okay, how to track your asset. Asset are whatever it is that you use in your scene. Okay, how to track them, both the maps, both the proxies. All right, so we're going to talk about it, and so stick around, don't go anywhere. That is what you can do with the file. Then edit is where you see things you use to edit. That you are going to see navigation tools here. You're going to see transformation tools here as well. Okay, selection tools, all those things. This is what you use to edit things around your viewport. So that's what tools. Okay, this is the tools you use to make modifications to whatever it is you're working on. Okay, some of these things that are here, group is how you group, ungroup, detach and attach object into a group, like making group out of geometries. This is what you use to do it. Then with view, you are going to make modifications to this view, to the view that is active. All right, so create is pretty much what we have here. We're going to talk about this thing. So this is the menu bar. Some of the things here are repeated in the tools. This is the toolbar. This is the toolbar. Okay, you see the way I dock this one here in our form. So you can undock this one. Don't think you can't undock it. You can undock it. So it is no different than this finished FD that I just docked there. So these are toolbars that are docked above. You can take this one and decide to dock it here. It can be docked anywhere you want, and you can remove the ones you don't use all the time. So these are toolbars. Right here, we also have toolbars. Then here, we have the viewport layout tabs. Okay, I will show you what this thing does for you. You can see it is showing one full box here. That is because what we are seeing here is only one box. But if I decide to minimize, because by default, you're supposed to have 4 viewports showing at the same time. The first one will be showing you the top view. The second one, the front, left, and then that is showing you all the sides of the geometry. And then perspective. Now, when I do that, you notice that over here in this layout, it is now 4. So you can click here and select the type of layout you want. If I click this, you give you 4 in a different arrangement. Okay, if I click here, this is the one I normally work with. The 2, I work with 1, and then I set my camera and lock it with this one. I'm going to talk about locking cameras when we get to placing cameras in the scene. Okay, now for now, focus on what I'm telling you. Now, after the viewport, we have this thing right here. This is a Project Explorer. Okay, as you can see, Scene Explorer. Sorry, not Project Explorer. So this is the Scene Explorer. This is what you use to navigate through your scene. Here, you are going to sort by hierarchy. Here, it is going to be sorted by layer. So when the time comes, I will show you how this thing works. When we start modeling, I will show you how to differentiate the things and select layers and navigate through layers and move things from one layer to the other, turn off layers, freeze things in the layer. All the things that, layer helps you work easily in any software. Be it Lumion, be it any software that has layer, enables you to turn off things, take things above or underneath, all those things that you do with layer. All those things you can do it with this layer as well. Now I'm going to close this. Okay, now that I've deleted the Scene Explorer, how do we get it back? You can find it in the tools. So you click on it and it comes back. I'll just dock it right back where it was. All right, and then open it up, make it big. All right, so that's it. Now the next thing I want us to look at, this is the viewport. Here is where you work. I've already touched it a little bit when I was telling you about the layout, the viewport layout. In this viewport, there are things I want us to look at. These are all buttons that you can use to customize your view. These are view control buttons and panels. So you can maximize the viewport from here. It maximizes this for you. You can restore viewport. You can make this active viewport. So when you make active viewport, you can see this yellow ring around this viewport. It becomes active. This can also be done by just clicking on this viewport. It makes it the active viewport. So a lot of things, you can show grid. You can hide grid from here. The shortcut is G on your keyboard. That hides it for you. So when I say hit G on your keyboard to hide it, this is exactly what I'm doing. I'm hiding the grid so that I can have better visibility of what I'm doing. Now the view cube. Okay, this is this same thing that we're having here. So this view cube, you can say show for active view. This is the view that is active. I click it here now. It is showing here now. Okay, if I click it, it's showing. If I unclick, it will go away. All right. So all those things are part of the settings you can make here. All right. Or I can just come over here and say show for all views. Now it is showing, it's not going away. So with all these things, you can make modifications to this viewport. Now this is where you select the view you want. Right? You can change it to perspective mode. You can change it to orthographic mode. You can change it to front back. You can save active orthographic view. Okay. You can extend viewport. All right, you understand. So all these things, as we work in this video, you will be seeing me making use of them when I want to make use of them. Now, this standard is how you control the, view quality of what you're seeing. When you set it to high quality, you will even be seeing the effect of light that you placed in the scene without rendering it. So this right here helps you control the way you view objects. The standard, the performance, DX mode, all those things, they help. Lighting and shadows, you want to be seeing light, you want to be seeing material, they help you customize it the way you want. Now this one right here is what helps you control how you see object. Whether you see it in default shading or you see it in, bounding box. All right, so if I should model a box, is in wireframe mode, so you are seeing through this box. Okay, you are seeing through this box. So the moment I turn it to default shading, you can now find out that this box is green. If you turn it to clay, it is looking like clay. If you turn it to whatever it is, it will be looking like hidden line. You see the way it is looking like a hidden line. Okay, so that's exactly what I mean. Now let's say I decide to draw a line. Hold on a minute. Okay, draw a light and target it towards this box. Just want to show you you can see when I change it to high quality, you will now see where the shadow is. Let me change this into default shading. You will now see where the shadow is and where the darkness is. But when it was in standard, you couldn't tell. So all these things are what you can do with this view control. So when I'm moving around this place, you can see that you are seeing the light. So If I change it to performance, it's not even showing us the color on the box. So everything is just white. DS mode. You understand? So all these things, depending on the type of machine you have, the type of system you have, you can decide, the one that is best for you. I just want you to know that these things are there. So here we have the view cube. With this, you can also navigate. You can click on it and select it and drag it around, and it will be moving things around for you. You also have this button right there. You have another one down here as well that you can click and then quickly make things orthographic or make it perspective. You don't always have to go inside here to get things on. You can quickly just click here and select whatever you want to select, and it will happen in real time. All these things also have shortcuts. When you look by the right hand side, you're going to see the shortcuts. Okay, yeah, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. All right, so over here we have the command panel. In the command panel is where this is a create tool, just like we have above here. Like I said, all the things you have, you can see these primitives, boss, cone, sphere, all of them. If I come here, that's that primitive, boss, cone, sphere, you understand? So they are the same thing. All right, so with this now, you have this tab at the top, then you have the sub tab underneath. So create now, when you are on the create tab, you have the sub things you can create. Like you can create standard primitive. These are geometry. Okay, you can create a shape. Shape are like lines that doesn't have, they are just lines. They don't have surfaces. Okay, this is when you select this rectangle and you create it, you see it is an empty rectangle. Whereas if you create a plane that is just like rectangle, but it has a surface. Okay, so that's the difference between shapes and geometry. Shapes will give you lines and splines. Okay, so here you can see the icon there. That's the bulb icon. Gives you the ability to create light. Okay, different types of light. Now you can now select the type of light you want to create for which render engine. You can see the Corona V-Ray and the Anode light. We are going to be working with Corona, so we're going to work with Corona lights a lot in this video. Now here you see camera. This is where we set our camera, and then you see other things inside the helpers and all what's up. Here you have the modify tab. This is where you access your modifiers that you can use to make modifications to the geometry or spline or whatever it is. Let me increase this thing. Okay, they are like plugins that comes with 3ds Max that enables you to do a lot of stuff. I mean, a whole lot of stuff. Now I can decide to which one will I use now to show you an example. Let me use taper. You can also search taper, and then once you click on it, it applies it on this. Now you can increase or reduce the taper amount, and this is applied in a non-destructive manner, which means I can just come over here. I can see something like a layer there. I can come on top of here and then turn it off. Once I turn it off, you see that the box goes back to normal. But if I want it to be permanent, I'll just right click. It will bring out this quad. This is called a quad. Okay, to bring out this quad menu, and then I'm going to convert it to editable poly. When you do that, it becomes baked in, and then you can make further editing using this. We're going to talk about this thing in a jiffy when we start talking about editable poly. All right, so when we are done with this, okay, that's just one example of modifier. A lot of them are in here. We even have the shell modifier, the one we can use to add thickness to something that is flat. You can see this plane now. It didn't have thickness before. If I should turn it off, you're going to see it doesn't have a thickness, but with this now we have added thickness to it. So a lot of modifiers that are in there, I've used a lot of them in this channel. So as we go on, we're going to be each one I touch, I'm going to tell you exactly what it does and what it can do for you, so that you get familiar with this modifier, because there are whole lots of modifier in there. I don't even know all of them. I only know the one. Like this one is chamfer now. It chamfers the edge of your geometry, as you can see. Let me turn on the edged mode. Okay, come inside here in the default shading. Underneath here, you're going to see edge faces. When you turn it on, you're going to see lines of the geometry. That's the edges of the geometry. So with this now, you can now know, okay, I want to add more segments to this. So when you add more, you see you have more stuff to work with. Now you can decide, okay, I want it to chamfer only the chamfered edges. So smooth chamfers only. So it removes the chamfering, the effect from the entire body, and keeps it only where the chamfers are. All right, so that is like the modifier in a jiffy. Okay, probably I'm going to make a video which I'm going to post on this channel, of course, for free, explaining in detail what modifiers are. But for now, I just know that they are like plugins that come with 3ds Max. Once you have 3ds Max installed in your system, you have all these modifiers. You can see a whole lot of them in here. Okay, a lot of them will come in very handy in this course. Okay, but for now, let's leave that. Let's come over here. Okay, this hierarchy is what we use to set your pivot. You can see it's set to pivot. So when you select it, the pivot becomes like highlighted like this. So you can move it around. All right, you can move it around, and then that becomes the pivot of this box. When I leave here, you can see that this box pivot is now over there. Okay, so with this hierarchy, you can select and say center to object, and the pivot comes out. So this is what I normally use this hierarchy to do. I use it to move my pivot around. Okay, so you can just move it down there. There are lots of other tools that you can use to affect your pivot very easily, but this is how I like to do it. All right, this like this snapped working pivot tool is one of those tools that you can use. Okay, and it will get it done. All right, but it's not something I do all the time, so I was just going to uncheck it right back. So this is the basic, and then okay, there's something that's remaining. Now down here is where we have the animation timeline. When you start animating your tool, this is where you are going to be using to set the keyframe. You add keys. All these things here are for animation. You can see auto key, set key, all these things, animation. These play buttons and all that, they are for animation. Then you have this thing here that you use to set the, like if I select this, it becomes active. So I can determine the location of this object. If I want it to be in the middle, I'll just come over here, type in 0. You can see the object is moving. That is because it is the object, the tool I'm selected now. We're going to talk about this toolbar very soon. The navigation tools is the move tool. If it is in rotation, you can rotate this object using this as well. As you can see, it is rotating the object. If I do 90, it's going to rotate to 90. If I do 180, let me do 186. No, I want something that you will notice. 145 is going to rotate it in a way. So yeah, this is what that does. With this, you can isolate an element. You may not notice it, but when I click on that button, this rectangle disappears. Let me select the rectangle so you notice this one disappear now. Okay, you use it to isolate elements. So if you are working on an object and you want to, work on it clear of other objects in the scene, okay, without the distractions of the other objects in the scene, this is how you do it. So with this, you can lock the scene. So you can't really select anything else, okay? But the one that is selected, you can rotate it. So you don't mistakenly like it is locked now. I can just come here and be rotating, okay? Come down here and be rotating because I am locked in. You can also do this for move tool. You select it and you lock in, and then you just move things around, okay? Once you go there, you can move things around. Once you activate that view, okay, we're in X now, you can move only X now, okay, as you can see. So that is what this does for you. Now with this, you can decide whether you want, like, the way this thing moves things around. With this button, you can decide how you want it to be moving around. When you change it to this, changes it into offset mode. When you set it to offset mode, you just add this down to objects, okay? It doesn't take into recognition the location of this object away from the middle. Like now, when I change it to this place, it will tell you that this object is located, the coordinates of this object, 63.55 in x-axis, 133.101 in y, you understand? But once I change it to this offset mode, everything turns to 0. So if I want to move this in the x-axis now, I just have to come here. Let's say I want to move it 3 meters in x-axis. Okay, I'll just come here and type 3000. That's in millimeters. So if I hit, hold on a minute. I think this is not in millimeters. So let me just say, I'll just type in 0.3. 3. Okay. 30. You can see it is just adding it to it. 50. Adding the distance, I can do the same thing here. I can just type in 150. It is moving it around. Okay, but with this, when I open it and type 50, it's not going to move it by 50. It is going to bring it to coordinates where it's 50. All right. If I catch this one now and type in 100, it will bring it to 100 in x-axis. You understand? So that's the difference between this and this. Okay, this one is just offset mode. This one is coordinate mode. Okay, is that what they call it? Okay, they call this one the absolute mode. All right, so moving on. So I think that pretty much covers it. Now let's take a look at how you can navigate in this scene. So I've shown you the navigation cube. This is with this you can, this is the view cube. You can move around. All right, so you can see me panning. Okay, you pan with your middle mouse button. All right, middle mouse button. If you hold it down, you can move your mouse and it will be panning. Now if you are panning and you hold down the Alt button, that's if you're using Windows. Okay, you hold down the Alt button, it is going to orbit around. Okay, you start orbiting around. Now if you want to zoom into this, you can zoom in using the scroll wheel. All right, you scroll up to zoom in and then you scroll down to zoom out. Right. Now, I'm not going to go through all the tools up here to tell you. I've already covered these snap toggle tools here in a video. I'm going to attach it. The top right corner of the screen, the video is going to come out there. So maybe click on it, understand what those tools are about, because they will come in very handy while I'm modeling, while we are going to be modeling. But the tool I want us to really talk about here is these navigation tools. You can see we have the select and move. We have the rotation tool, and then we have the scaling tool. These three tools, we need to talk about them. Now we have the select object, we have the select by name. All those ones, they are intuitive. But if you are a beginner in 3ds Max, I just want you to understand how the move tools, the rotation tool, and the scaling tool works in here. So I'm going to use this box that I've already created. I'm going to put this in perspective in orthographic mode, so you see it from the top down. All right, so I'm going to select it, and then I'm going to select the move tool. Now when you select the move tool, a pivot appears, and now this pivot has two colors. This is because we are in a 2D view. Now when I hold down the Alt button and with my middle mouse button I orbit, immediately I do that, you find out that the gizmo turns into 3 points. Now because we're in 3D mode, you see the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. These are all directions that you can move this box in. So if you want to move this box in the y-axis, you come over here. When you come to the y-axis and hover around, you're going to get a hover effect from 3ds Max, letting you know that, okay, if you click now, you're going to click on the y-axis and you will be moving this object in the y-axis. Right, so I will click on it and then I'll move it. When you click on it, if you like, move your mouse up or sideways, it is going to be moving in that y-axis. It has constrained this view to the y-axis. That's constrained this box movement to the y-axis movement. Now the same thing goes for when I do it, the same thing for the x-axis. If I hover around here, it happens. Now this is where it gets interesting. Now you can move in one axis, only one axis, like I've shown you now, but you can also move in two axes combined. Now when you come over to the middle, you see that the x and the y axis, there is a box in there that is getting highlighted. That means when I click it now, I can move it up. Okay, when you look at this view, you see whether it is, because this is front view. Okay, you see when it's going up and when it's going sideways, and I can move it sideways. Okay, as you can see, okay, this view is not showing you sideways movement. Let me show you. I can move it sideways and I can move it up. As you can see it going up and down and then sideways. Now because I'm in two axes, you need to understand how you are moving your mouse. Now when I move it up, it goes up, as you can see in this front view, and when I move it sideways in the x-axis, it is going sideways. Now the same principle applies here. Even when you are in orthographic mode on the plan, you can still move in two axes. You can move in x You can also move in x-axis and also y-axis. Okay, so that is that for the move tool. If you have any question, please feel free to ask me in the comment section. I'll be more than glad to answer about these navigation tools and every other thing that we've talked about. Now the rotation button, the same thing. You can see 3 lines because I'm in the 3D mode. There, because I'm in the 3D view, you can see 3 lines: the yellow one, the green one, and the red one. So anyone you hover around, it is going to change it to yellow. Okay, going to change it to yellow. So once this one changes to yellow, you find out that the one that is originally yellow turns to blue. Okay, so do not be confused by that. So when you select, you can go where you want and then you rotate it from that direction. Now you can see the red one. If I choose to rotate it there, it is rotating it around the red one. And here you can rotate in between. You can see I'm selecting this box now and I'm rotating it in all manner of direction, as you can see. Okay, I will select it here now and just tumble it up and down. So, but with this, you can't really tell how you're rotating because I'm just wobbling it around. Maybe when you want to do some mad effect in rotation, that is where this will come in very handy. All right, so I've actually messed this box up. So with the rotation tool selected, I'll just come over here, type in 0, type in 0, type in 0. And it will balance the box back for us in a straight manner. Okay, that is what this does for you. Now for the scaling tool, okay, the same principle more or less, but here you can scale all the axes at the same time. Now you can scale this in the y-axis alone. You can see it is scaling in the y-axis. You can scale it in the x-axis alone, as you can see. You can also scale both y and x. You can scale, as you can see, z and x. You understand? So you can scale everything at the same time. So you can do the same thing on plan. When you are here, you know you are scaling only x and y. If you are here and you are in this middle one, you are scaling everything at the same time. You are scaling both the x, y, and z, even though you are not seeing the z, because this middle triangle is the same as this middle triangle, as you can see. So with this, I think we are up to speed. Now, I didn't really talk about this ribbon. This ribbon is where you find your graphite editing tools. Graphite tools are what you used to do more editing to polys. You know, I've converted this into editable polys. So when you do it and you select the sub-object, we're going to talk about that now. Select the sub-object. It is going to bring out a whole lot of tools. When you select, you can see all these tools appear as soon as I select this. And what you have access to, what is available to you to use for edit, is dependent on the sub-object that you are using to edit this. So I can decide to select the polygon. And when I did that, you find out that something appeared here. Let me go back here. You see it has disappeared. Something has gone. So the tools that you have available to you are based on these things, the ones that you are using. So we're going to be using this sub-object level, these 5 sub-object levels for editing when the time comes, when we start doing the hands-on project that we're going to do in this video. All right, so let's talk about these sub-object levels and what they are actually. Now, as you can access them up here, you can also access them in here. So when you select the editable edit poly, okay, hold on a minute. I'm going to select this and I'm going to convert to editable poly. So when I select it, see editable poly. All right. So these are the sub-object levels that you can interact with this object at. Okay. So if I put it in vertex, it gives you the points where the geometries meet geometries in this project. So you can now select it at that level. That's the vertices, and then you move it around. Now, when I do that, you see I've modified this box in a way that might be desirable. Maybe this is what I want to do. Then I modify it like this. Then when you do something like this, you can now go ahead and apply other modifiers on it. Okay, you can come and apply turbo smooth. Turbo smooth, like the name suggests, smoothing out this stuff. So when you increase the iteration, it gives you a more smoothened. You can see that stuff I just pulled out. You see how it is looking so smooth and streamlined right now. Okay, just because I added too much, the more, if you increase it, but when you increase it too much, it becomes very heavy, because this, as you're increasing this thing, you are adding a lot of geometry to your scene. Okay, if I should turn this thing off, you can see how, you know, it is looking so smooth. All right, so that is just by me adjusting the vertex of the object. Okay, so you can use it to edit this stuff. Now these are edges. With edges, you select the lines, not the points. Now, so you select the lines like so, and you can also move it around. And when you do move it around, you get something like this. Okay, and as usual, you can smoothen it out and see what you got. So modeling with 3ds Max is just like, you can do, hold on a minute. Okay, you can see that stuff that is looking so rough. It's not looking very smoothened out. Okay, you can see how easy it is for us to create geometries like this in 3ds Max. All right, so moving on, I'm going to just turn it off for now. Now, the next sub-object we're going to look at, subject level we're going to look at, is this border. Now, this border you may not know, because when I select it, there may be nothing to select because we don't have a border yet in this particular project. So to create a border, we're going to use polygon, select a face. Let's select this face, okay? Alt W to maximize the view, or just come over here and click it to make it view. I just want you to get a better view of what I'm doing. G on your keyboard to get rid of the grids. All right. So when I do it, I'll just hit delete on my keyboard, not the backspace button, delete on my keyboard, and that gets rid of, okay, gets rid of this. And you can see inside of this box, right? Change this thing to the clay mode, you are going to see it very well. You can see that the box now has inside, right? So with this now, I've created a border. Now, if I should come over here and select here, you can see I've selected something. Before that, there is nothing I can select here because there is no border anywhere. So if you come here, you select, then I can close this back. You can come over here and cap it back, and it's closed. Okay, so that is the border. The border is the area around an opening that you created, or an opening that is just existing, okay, in a editable poly. So the next one is elements. Okay, you may not really understand how these elements work, but I just have to show you with a teapot. Now I'm going to create a teapot now. This is a teapot. All right. I just came over here, you see a teapot, you click on it. There are various ways you can create, like, okay, these are primitive. These are standard primitives. There are other primitives inside here. We have extended primitives. You have other things that you can create here. Remember, I was telling you that this is the create tab. Okay, this thing that we are having here came from a box. As you can see, this is the box. So there are various ways you can create things. Okay, before we even talk about these elements that we want to talk about now, there are various ways we can create things here. So you just click, drag for box, and then you raise it up, and then you click again to end it. Now for the cone, click, drag, click again, and then you taper it, and then you click again. So different ways, you just play around with these things so you can find out how they are created. Now for the teapot that I just created, just click it and you let it go. That's it. Okay, you can actually still come over here and make it big. And then you can also go to the modify tab and also work on it. You can reduce the segment. That makes it, you know, look like this. So you can increase it, and the more you increase it, you can see, the more you increase it, the more fine it becomes. So you can reduce it, as you can see. So that's that. So under here, you can drop this thing down. You see other primitives. You can even see staircase, windows, doors, body objects, all these things, knob surfaces. Okay, these are beyond the scope. This is begin. I don't want to overload you with a lot of information that might confuse you. So in your free time, you can come over here and, you know, be playing around with these things. Okay, but for what we are going to be doing today, everything we need, we can find in here. So let's, you know, go back to what I was talking about. I was talking about the elements. Now, before I can be able to access elements, faces, whatever in this thing, let me reduce this thing even more. Yeah. I need to select it and convert it to editable poly. And that's what I'm going to do now, editable poly. So when I have done that, I can now, you can see these things are, they will appear, these sub-object levels will appear. Now I can select these faces, one after the other. But let me turn this into clay mode. Yeah. But what I want to select, you make use of is the element. Now you see this kettle has different elements making it up. So I can now click on the different elements making up this kettle. So that's what the element is really about. So when you select this thing, you can now make use of, you know, some tools that are available. You can see the extrude tool. Okay, if I select it, I can use it to pull something out. I can select this side and pull it out as well. As you can see, okay, if I should turn on the edged faces, you will see that the moment I use extrude, I'm creating an additional geometry. Okay, you can also use the tools that are settings that are beside it and then make it, you know, more parametric. You know, get the actual number you want to extrude it by and extrude it by that number. There are other tools here too. You can see we have bridge, we have bevel, we have outline. And like I said, these things change. This thing here, you can still find them here as well. So this thing, they change based on what you have selected. Now, when I come here, you're going to see chamfer now. So when you select chamfer and you select here, okay, you're going to see the chamfering happening on this, okay, edge. Now you can use these settings so you can get a more, all right, more setting. You see I've cut an opening in there. If you want to cut an opening, you can cut an opening. You can do all sorts of things with this with the settings, unlike what you can be able to achieve by just, you know, eyeballing it by yourself. So all these things, the ones that we need, I'm going to talk about them and we're going to take note of them. Now, because of our time, I'm going to, you know, there's enough of this. So I'm going to just close this graphite tools back. We don't actually need it. Okay, all we need we can find in the modify tab when the time comes. Now, this command panel, you can make it in such a way that it will be 2 rows. I like to work because now everything you need will be in 2 rows and you don't really need to do much. You just have to like easily collapse on things and everything will be available to you. Unlike when it is just one, you just have to be scrolling. And you know, in 3ds Max, if you're not careful and you scroll on top of, you know, units, can actually, it might take it and it might increase it, might change something for you. So at the end of the day, you might actually want to come over here and make it like, just drag it. If you drag it enough, it is going to create 2, you know, columns for you for this. And that is going to be awesome. That's how I'm going to be living my own. Right. Without any further ado, I'd like for us to begin this hands-on project, because I've covered the basic UI of 3ds Max, the navigation tools, I've covered them, the primitives. Okay, remember I told you that these are the primitives, these are the standard primitives. You can have other primitives. I've already told you about the spline. Okay, you have different types of spline as well that you can just drop down and play with and see what you're going to get. Now the lights, we talked about the lights, we talked about cameras as well. These are camera icon, Corona. You can drop this thing down, select V-Ray camera if you want to create V-Ray cameras. Now these are helpers, dummies, guy, you know what I'm saying? So as we go on in the video, I'm going to be teaching you what you need to know hands-on. We talked about modifiers as well. I've already shown you some few examples using the modifier and then the toolbars, the ones that we are going to be using. I will also shown that to you. Let's go ahead and get rid of all these things and start modeling. For the purpose of this tutorial, we're going to be using Corona renderer. So I'm going to open this render setup. All right, because this is the first time it is actually set to Arnold. It is not a bad thing. We just have to set it to Corona renderer. So I'm going to come down here and then click assign renderer. For the production, where you see production, just click on that place and you're going to see Corona. I'm going to select that and I'm going to save as default. And I say, okay. So any day, anytime I open this stuff, Corona renderer is going to be active till I change it to something else and then say save as default. Right. Now to go ahead and save this in so that we don't have any issue. But before I do that, I want to customize my unit setup. All right. I live in the part of the world where we use metric system of measurement. Okay. Units that we use here in Nigeria, we use the metric system. So I like to work in the simplest form of it. That's the millimeter. So I'll come, if you are like me, you can come down here, click on unit setup, and then you click on metric. Okay, not generic now, metric, and then set it to millimeters. All right, and the system unit setup, change it from inches, put it in millimeters as well. Say okay, and then say okay. Right. So when you do this, anything you import, any work you're doing now is going to be working in millimeters. All right. So let me just go ahead and save this. I'll just save it and then call it test scene, and then just save. Just do that. To demonstrate what I mean, I'm going to close my 3ds Max and open it again. You're going to see that everything is going to be right where they're supposed to be. So I've closed the 3ds Max. I'm actually going to stop showing this thing now. Say continue. All right, so as it has opened now, you can find out that our double viewport, our double command panel is still double command panel. Okay, now I'll tell it not to show me this again by checking this thing and then clicking here. Okay, if you want to keep seeing it, you can just leave it like that and just close it. Whenever you open your 3ds Max, it's going to come on. But I think I've seen enough, so I'll just turn it off. All right, so I'm going to go over here to check our unit setup to confirm that it's still in millimeters, and here is also millimeters. Like I said, everything that we have worked on and saved is the way we left it. Now let's go ahead and import the file we are going to be using. And then first of all, we don't have our Scene Explorer here. Okay, let's just get it back. So in Tools, we get our Scene Explorer. It is back to where it is meant to be. Right, so I'm going to bring in the tool viewport that I normally use. Come over here. I'm going to press the G key on my keyboard to get rid of the two grids. Now I'm going to press Alt W, Alt and W, just press them together. It is going to maximize this, the top view. Okay, that's I'm going to leave it like this because this is the bulk of the work we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing in one view. We're just going to have to orbit around. You understand? This other view is for camera when we actually put the camera. All right, so let's import. I'll click on File and I'll come down here to Import. Click on Import, and then I'm going to find the location of the file I want to import. All the assets I want to use in this tutorial is inside here. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it inside here. Hit Enter. It is going to bring me inside that place. So I'm going to select. So what did I just do? Hold on a minute. Let me just make an adjustment here. Okay. I think this is okay now. Right? So select the ground floor plan and then hit open. Say okay. Right. It is here now. Okay, it is here now. So that is it. I'm just going to select everything here and I'm going to group them. This is where the group tool comes in handy. You group them, they start acting like one object, as you can see. That is the power of grouping. So I don't have to now start, selecting them and making them one individual object. So the next thing I want to do is import the other file. That's the elevation that is going to enable us to get the height of the windows and then the roof. So I'm just going to import again, import, and I'm going to select the elevation and then say, okay. Right. So I'm just going to select this one and I'm going to hide this group, select this one as well, and then group it as well. Now I'm going to right click. When you right click in an empty space, it brings out this quad for you. I'm going to right click and I'm going to say unhide all so that everything comes out. Now select this one, move it around. Use this. I want to rotate it in a way that it is going to stand up. So I'm going to, from the middle, and I'm going to stand it up. Now, when you are rotating, it becomes very difficult for you to rotate to where you need to get to if you are rotating the way I'm rotating. That is because my angle snap toggle is not on. Now, like I said, there's a video I've done on this channel where I explain to you snap toggles, all of them, from this 3D, 2.5D, 2D snap toggles, the angle snap toggle, the percentage snap toggle, the spinner snap toggles. I really went into details explaining to you what they are and how they can help you model with ease. Now, because of our time, we're not going to get into all that in this video. So I suggest you go and watch the video. Maybe just pause this video, watch it. I'm going to put the link in the description, and also just find the video, watch it, so you have an in-depth, knowledge of what this is. Okay, so this is the angle snap toggle. I'm going to click on it. Okay, when I click on it, I am now able to rotate this thing incrementally in the increments of 5, because that is what it's set to by default. Now, if I right click on this, I can change this angle from 5 to whatever I want. I can change it to 10. And when I do that, you find out that this angle increases faster by 10. And that gets me to 90 even faster. And I'm going to leave it at that 10 for now. If I need to reduce it later, I will. So I'm going to move this thing into position. And how do I do that? I can now hold my Alt with the mouse button and then move it into position. Now I can start moving it to the Z axis, okay? Then I will turn on this snap toggle to be able to snap it into position. But I can't snap it into position because I've not set it up yet. To set it up, you have to right click. Okay? It is only going to snap to grid points, and that's not what we want. I want it to be able to snap to this other splines, the DWG file that we imported. So I'm going to turn off these grid points and then turn on vertices, endpoints, midpoint, and X/segment. That's all you need to turn on. Okay, when you turn on these 4 things, that's okay. Close it back. Now let's work. Now, if you notice that when I hover around here, the thing is being highlighted. That is because of these settings that we just made now. So I can now move it down till I snap to something that I want to snap to. And that has happened. So I'll just come over here, okay? And then move it towards the... Now, when I'm moving it towards... It is not being constrained. It is dancing around. And we don't want that to happen. We don't want it to dance around. We want it to be constrained to X-axis when I want it to be constrained to X-axis, and also constrained to Y-axis when I want it to be constrained to Y-axis. How do we do that? Come over here to the snap toggle, and then right click. Go over to the option. You see translation. Just check on this enable axis constraint. Now, when you do that, you find out that you can now move only in X-axis and only in Y-axis while snapping along everything that you happen to find in that position. So I am just going to snap it into position now. The X-axis, let me just snap this one. You can just come here and then snap it to here. So I think everything is in order now. Yes. Now that I've done this, I can now go turn off this snap toggle and then move it back. Okay, just leave it there for now. But when we are in this view, we are seeing it as if it's in that position. So what we are going to do now is we are going to start modeling. And where do we start modeling from? We start modeling with the standard primitive. Okay, we start modeling using plane. That's right. So I'm going to select plane. And I'm going to just turn on this snap toggle and then create a plane like this. Just do it just as like this. You don't have to do too much. Then I'll come over here in the modify tab. You're going to see the length segment and the width segment. All right. I'm just going to change it to 1. Just bring it down to 1, 1. And then right click. When you right click, you convert to editable poly. And when you do that, we are going to have these our sub-object levels that we can interact with this editable poly that we just created now. So for the purpose of this particular task that we're about to do now, we're about to trace the walls of this floor plan with this plane. We're going to be using edge to do that. Okay, make sure that your snap toggle is on. It is going to come in very handy now. So you select it and you move it and snap it to this one. Leave that one there for now. We're going to go around and get to it. Now I'm going to select this, snap to this first line. Then I'm going to hold down shift, snap to this other line. Okay, I want you to understand what we just did now. Right? I'm going to put this thing in clear mode, and then I'm going to hide this one for now. Let's just hide selection. Okay, and I'm going to turn on the edge faces. Now, when we held shift and we snap to the other side, we created another geometry here. Okay, with that now we can select, let me select this, then select the edge. We can select only this one and continue going the other way. When I unhide all now, you see I'm going to go from here to this place now. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. Snap to this place and then snap to this place. I'm going to select it here now. Okay, snap to this place. When you are inside the editable poly, when you are interacting with it with either one of these snap toggle, you will not be able to select anything else apart from that sub-object. Like you won't be able to select the polygons if you are in the edge, and you won't even be able to select other objects outside that editable poly. But you will be able to interact with them when you want to snap with them. You can be able to snap with them, which is why this is so awesome. All right, so I'm going to trying to figure out where I stop. Okay, I think it is here. So yeah, so I'm going to select this now and then do this like so. It's that simple. Can even continue it to this place. Is there any? Okay. Let me just leave it at there. Now I need to continue this wall upwards. That's what I'm going to do now. So you understand. So as I'm going like this, any place you come across a wall or anything that is going to grow out of the wall, you just stop it there and then hold down shift, continue. Okay? Make sure that you're holding down shift when you want to continue your journey. So you hold down shift, you do this. Select this one, hold down shift, you stop it here. All right? You hold down shift where? You stop it here. Remember, where did we stop? So I'll put this in default shading so we know the difference between our two geometries. Now, because of the way I exported my DWG file, it came with this hatch. Okay, just ignore it. We're going to create our own geometry by ourselves. There are benefits to that. But in subsequent videos I'm going to make on this channel, I'm going to show you how you can import files from Revit with which you are going to model here. But for this tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to model from scratch, how to also render from the scratch. So let's continue. So I'm going to click on this. Now, there are shortcuts to these sub-object levels of the editable poly. So if you press 1, it is going to put you in the vertex mode. You can see it's highlighted. If you press 2, it is going to put you in the vertex mode. As you can see, it is also highlighted. So 3, 4, 5. That's the 5 sub-object levels. So I'm going to select this now. Hold on a minute. Select the edge. Let me see. Okay, this is where I'm at. And then hold down shift, come here, hold down another shift, come over here. Now I'm going to get to this place. All right. Cool. Now we are here. I want to make this place, I want to make this place enter inside the way we are having it here. How do we do it? We are going to use a tool. Okay. Inside here, we're going to use the connect. You can see we have a tool here, connect. That's the edit edges to edit this edge. So I'm going to select this other edge here because that's how it works. You have to select 2 edges, then you click on the connect for you to divide it into 2. If you want it to divide it into more than 2, you can click on the settings and it brings out other things. You can even modify the distance of the settings if you want. So I'm just going to put it in 1. That's the default. In fact, let me just, because I just want to divide into 2, you can just click on the connect and it divides it into 2 for you. I'm going to move it into position. Now that I've done that, I've been able to do what I want to do. So I'm just going to take it to this place. Okay, like so. Then I'm going to hold down Shift and move it to this place. Then select this one, move it out to this place. And that has solved the problem. Now we're going to stop this one here for now. Let's come over here and continue our journey. Or see, let's continue from here and meet that one over there. Cool. So I'm going to stop here. Mind you, I have a door here. We are going to do the same thing. Wherever you see wall or opening, you're going to do that because those things are going to enable us open up all those places. You have already seen how I am dragging out walls from it. As you can see, drag this one out from there. I've traced that one. Okay, so that's the importance of it. So I'll select this and I'll move it down. The same thing I am going to do here. Move it down. Then make sure it snaps properly. Move it here. Select this. Just like that. Okay, so it is just that simple. Same thing here as well. All right. Okay, so there's an issue here, but it's not really an issue. So I'll just double click here, select these two, and then just move it. That's not going to work. So I'll just select this one and move it down. Okay, that has solved the problem. So I'll select this one now, bring it up here. It mustn't even be that accurate, just that I just want to let you know what you can do in situations like that. Okay, so I'll take it back. I think I skipped one step. So I'm supposed to stop here, then go up, then come here. Let me stop this one here. So the important thing is that at the end of the day, you have all the walls all traced out. Don't forget this one. I almost did. Okay. So you just come here and then over here. That's it. So let's complete for the interior walls because we're almost done with the exterior ones. Hold down Shift and drag it out. Because of our axis constraints, we can be able to snap at things that are even up, and that won't be a problem. Just snap it here. The same thing. Okay, so for this particular place, we can just, snap here, come up here, right. Cool. Okay, so we also have this one here that is looking like a lone stuff. So to get that part, we're going to select this and then connect it. Snap the connect into position. Now I can, because I want everything to be the same. The same geometry. Right. So the next thing we are going to do is to raise this thing up off from the ground. We are done tracing it. We're going to raise it up from the ground, okay, to the height of these things that are behind. Now, how do we do that? We do that by the use of shell modifier. So I'm going to type in, I'm going to apply shell modifier to this. Okay. That is going to add some thickness to this. So we're going to add inner amount to it. We're going to take it down by, let's say, 450. Okay. If you don't need it, it's going to be inside the ground anyway. So 450. All right. So the top one now, let's just make it 300. Just for starters. 300. Cool. So we have raised it up. Now I'm going to select this thing and I'm going to turn it to Editable Poly. Now when I turn it to Editable Poly, I want to select all the top part of this so I can snap it, you know, in the positions where there are openings in this. So how do I do that? I do that with the help of polygon sub-object level. So when I select this, I'll come over here and check by angle, because without checking this by angle, I will just be selecting it one by one, holding down shift. And that's going to be a lot of work for me to select all these things. But if I turn on this by angle and then click once, all the top part of this is going to be selected. And that is a way you can save massive amount of time. Now that I've done this, I'm going to change this thing to wireframe mode. So we can be seeing the wireframes. Now this is exactly where we need to be, 300. So I'm not going to do anything again. I'm not going to take it down. So I'm just going to hold down shift and then raise this thing up to meet this place. Now our snap toggle is not active, so it's going to be difficult. So right click to undo while still holding down the left click button. I don't know if you understand. As you're holding down the left click, click on the right one. That way undo for you. Like let's say I'm moving this thing up, I click on the right button, it is going to undo that stuff that you're doing. So I'm going to come over here and then check on the snap toggle. Now when I do that, I'll hold down shift and snap to the bottom of this window that we have right here, and then snap to the top of it again. Okay. Then another one right here. That settles it. Now I'm going to put this thing in default shading, and then I'm going to be seeing wireframe mode in that default shading mode. Cool. So yeah, before we proceed, there's something I want us to do before we start cutting holes in this thing. In fact, let's go ahead and cut holes in this thing. All right, then we can do, because I want this, there's a beam that went all the way around. Okay, this line is the line of that beam, so I'll just select this one and get rid of them. But then to cut holes in this, there are ways to do it, very simple ways to do it. All right, if you're using 3ds Max, I think from 2024 you can do the swift cut. If you cannot do the swift cut, I will show you how. If you're not using the recent version of 3ds Max, I'll also show you how to cut opening in 3ds Max. So let's go. So yeah, I will turn off for now. I'll turn off this snap toggle. We don't need this for now. So I'll just select. Now, when you find out that I can't select only one polygon, this by angle option that we checked on here is still active. So I'm going to uncheck it so we can just select one thing at a time. So when I do this, I can now hold down shift and then, oh no, oh no, make sure you don't take it into this place, because anything it passes gets cut, as you can see. So I'm going to bring it back and just leave it like this. Yeah, that's okay now. All right, we already handled this part when we are doing modeling, so we don't have to, shift anything in. I figured that would be an easy way to do it. So here, I'm going to select this part and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do swift cut. All right. For here, we have an opening here. As you can see, there's an opening. I'm going to cut it as well. We have an opening here, I think. Let me just put it like this. Oh no, I think I missed. I did not miss anything. The opening is supposed to be here. Good. So I hold down shift. Yeah. And you can see we have an opening. But now, if you're not using the recent versions of 3D, like I said, 2024, 2025, you might not be able to do these things I'm doing. So how do you do this now? How do you create an opening? Okay, where's the next place that we have an opening? Oh, we're supposed to have an opening, but we did not capture it on the plan. Oh no. So yeah, this is also a good thing that this happened. So how do we create this opening that we're supposed to have here that we're not having? Okay, so yeah, hold on a minute. I'm going to figure something out. Yeah, that's it. So how do we do that now? We're going to take this back to, all right, we're going to take this back to the edge object, sub-object, level. For now, I'll be calling this in the edge mode. Take it back to the edge mode, and I'm going to connect it. Okay, connect it the first time, or for the purpose of what we're doing, I'm going to use the setting and increase the connection into 2, so that we don't have to be stressing ourselves. I'll turn on the snap toggle mode by hitting S on the keyboard. That's a shortcut. If you hover around, you're going to see it. S is the shortcut of snap toggle. So I'll just come over here and then, position it at the edge of that place. Position it at the edge of the window, and then do the same thing for this. All right. So with this now, I can be able to cut an opening there, and I will show you. So I will select this. I'll hold shift, turn off the snap toggle, and then you can see I have an opening there. Right. So that's how you do it. So the next thing I want to show you is how to cut this opening when you don't have, like me, when you don't have this, you can't be able to do this swift loop stuff that I just did. So I'm going to select this. Okay, that is for those that cannot be doing this swift cut that we are just doing, the one that we just hold down shift and drag. What we are doing since is to hold down shift and then you drag it. When you drag it, it creates this thing for you. So I'm just going to select this part, turn the other part, select this inner part as well. All right. Then I'm going to click on bridge. When you do that, it's going to create an opening for you like that. So now you know how you can do this when you don't have the ability to be doing the swift cut. Now I think that's all the opening on the outside. Now for the purpose of what we are doing, we really do not have to create this door, but because of you are a beginner, I want to show you how you can, create door opening. Okay, and also create flooring inside the building. I'm going to just do for a few. Right. So I'm going to do, obviously, I'm going to do the one for the entrance. So I'm going to use the swift, so to be fast, I'm going to use the swift cut, hold down shift, and then open it. Then here we have an archway. Okay. Control to add to the selection, hold down shift. So you select, in fact, let me do for all the doors, but I don't necessarily have to put doors in them. Hold down shift, and that takes care of it. Here too is the door for this. Shift and then move it. That takes care of it. Right here is also a door. All right, hold down shift, and that takes care of it. So yeah, Oh, we didn't even add this. Or we could have added it. So now that I've selected it, I'll just go to plan, hold and shift, drag this one out. Make sure that your snap toggle is active. Holding down shift, I'll just come over to this side. Right, so I've created it. Now I can select this and select that and then cut it open. I've created that. So now we have the building, more or less. There's something I want to do because there is a beam. A beam is supposed to be here, but this beam is not connected to this wall. It is connected to this one, and then this one is connected to that one. So I will just select this particular place and then select this and then use the bridge to bridge it. You can see, created the beam with ease. Right. So I'm going to do the same thing over here. I hope. Yeah. So I can just do here. Or just do it on the surface, just like that. Like this. And then bridge it. Makes your life so much easier. Fine. To create this floor, there are actually two ways I can do this. There are a lot of ways you can do this, but I'm going to show you two ways you can do it easily. So you now select the one that is easier for you to do. So the first way you can do this is to use line. I'm going to select this and put it in 2.5 mode. I don't want it to be hanging anywhere. Like I said, for you to understand exactly how this snap toggle works, there's a video I've done that you can look at. So when you look at it, it's going to make it's going to make a lot of sense to you. Let me just click this one there. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, anyone that is not straight, we're going to select it and make it straight. So just, all right. But at the end of the day, it is going to look good. So I will now come over here and click. It is going to ask me whether I want to close the spline, and I'm going to say yes. Now, for the ones that are not on the inside face, somewhere along the line, I changed my mind. I decided to bring it on the inside. I'm just going to make them be on the inside by just moving them in. Okay, this now. Cool. Now here I'm going to put this one in too. Let's keep that one there. So just like that. So when I finished doing this. Okay. I actually missed something, but I'm going to deal with that now after creating this floor. When I finish doing this, I'll just come over here. Mind you, that spline is selected. If I click here, it's going to bring it out. This is the spline we just created now. I'll just click on this modifier list, and then I'll quickly type extrude. Click this. It is going to make it thick, and then I'm going to add 150 there. That is the thickness of the floor. Okay, and I'm going to bring it out, take it down. Right, when you do this, let me see where it is going. It's going up, so I'm going to type -150 to make sure that it goes down. Now here we are supposed to have something like this on that other side, but we don't have it, so I'm going to create it now. And how I'm going to do it is exactly how we did the upper part. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to select the polygons mode, click on this as well, and then bridge it. I'm going to adjust that part of the floor. Click on this and then click on that bridge. So we have that part. All right, so we seem to be having an issue with this floor on that side, so I'm going to make an adjustment to it. Oh no. Oh, sorry, my bad, it's my mistake. So I'm just going to undo. It's not supposed to be joined there, so I'm just supposed to, sorry, I'm so sorry. Select this place, and then this is where it is supposed to go to, and then bridge it. That way it is straight up. This and this, then bridge. Fine. We have it now. So that's the floor. I am now realizing that this floor should have gone upwards. So let me make it 150. Still inside. Going to raise it up a little bit. Anyhow, I'll just make it 150 and then move it up to position so that is going to make it easier for me to snap to that top. Yeah. All right, so the next thing we are going to do right now is to duplicate this same thing, take it up and use it and get our roof. So I'm going to hold down shift. I'm going to clone this upwards. Okay, the clone options will come out. Keep it as a copy. Okay, so we can make changes to this. There's a video I've done where I explain to you the different clone options that we have, okay, and what they do. Now, the second way we can create this floor is by the use of plane. Okay, so I'll just grab my plane in the standard primitive, select plane. Okay, it doesn't really matter, just draw it from beginning to end, just like that. Okay, don't worry about snapping or anything, just draw it. And then let's remove these segments. Okay, now that I've done that, I will just right click and convert to editable poly. All right, so now we are going to start worrying about snapping. So turn on your snap toggle. Okay, now turn on your snap toggle and then snap it into the position. Just snap it into the main rectangle as you see me doing. All right. Right. So we need to create something here so we can move this floor up into these bathroom areas. And to do that, we are just going to use this and use the connect to connect it. We're going to do another one on this side. Use the connect tool again. And then connect it. Now I'm going to select the edge in here. And I'm going to hold down shift and then move it into this position. And just like that, we have our floor. Now that we have it, it is going to be flat. Right? So all we have to do is select it, apply the shell modifier to it. $150. Sorry. And that sums it up. We have our 150 in here. So there you have it. Everything is that. So with this now, I can still copy this and take it up, and that becomes the roof covering or the ceiling. Okay, so that's the second way you can do this. So back to the tutorial now. Okay, so I need this to actually be here. So I'm going to rearrange this one. I'm going to make it 150 back so that the pivot will be on the downside, which will now make it easier for me to put it where I need it to be. So when I do it that way, it is where it is supposed to be. No stress. Now I can decide to take this thing back down, but for the purpose of what, in fact, let me take it down. Okay, I'll just select. Because I don't want to select all of them, I have to take the pain off selecting it by holding Shift and hovering around. So when I finish selecting the part I want to move down, just going to hold Shift, lower than this other one, just like that. So the same thing I'm going to do for all these other ones. So I don't mistakenly move something I don't want to move. So I'll put it in that select mode. Because if it's in the move mode, I can mistakenly drag something to where I don't want to drag it to. So it's better I just put it there. Now that I want to move, I can now go back. Mind you, before you move, make sure you're holding down Shift. If you move it without holding down Shift, look at what you're going to do. So make sure you're holding down your Shift button and move it down. So I actually need to turn on my snap toggle button this time around so I can just snap to the one I've already done before. So I've successfully done that. So we have the building now, but then we don't have doors and windows to them. Okay, most especially we don't have windows to this. So from here you can see the numbers of window panels that we have. We have 1, 2, 1, 2, and here we have 3. Here we have only 1. So I'm just going to show you how you can easily create a window for yourself. So let's go. I'll come over here. Now you find out that there are tools, there are modifiers that we use all the time here. So what I do is I create a button for those modifiers so that whenever I come around, it's easier for me to just access them instead of me to click here and start typing. So we're going to create that button now, and it's very simple to do. Come on over here and click here. You see show button. When you click on show button, it is going to show you the default button that is already set out by 3ds Max, when you download it. But now you may not know how to be, you may not need to use all these things, and you don't have to have modifiers that you don't use in this button shortcut. So how do you swap it out for the ones you use? I'm going to show you now. I'll click on it and you see configure modifier sets. So I'll click on that and it brings out this thing. So what we have been using here, we have used shell. So I'm going to put shell in the first one. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Then the other one we use extrude. So I'm going to get extrude, put it in this second one. Now the one we want to use now, that's the extrude. So the next one we are going to be using most often at time is the floor generator. Then the UVW map. We're going to come across it. When we come across it, I'm going to explain it to you in detail. But Edit Poly too, we're going to be making use of Edit Poly when the time is right. UVW map. Yeah, UVW map. So I'll drag it here. We also use chamfer very soon. Going to drag chamfer to this place. Then FFD. Let me just drag the 4:4. If we need the other ones, we are going to drag it. So I want to have a round number, so I'm going to make it 8 so that, when you type in 8 here and you hit enter, it brings out another button for you. Okay, so the next thing I would want to use, symmetry. I use symmetry too. So yeah, look at it here. And also, in fact, sweep more than symmetry. Let me just put sweep. Make this 10. Sweep. And maybe Toolbars smooth. We're going to use it later on. Toolbars smooth or mesh smooth. Both of them are not the same thing, but they do almost the same type of work. Now to create opening for these windows we have here, this is how we do it. So I'll just put it on this view. All right, turn on my snap toggle and then make sure I create it like this. Don't worry, we are going to snap it into place. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to convert it to editable poly, and then with the vertex mode, I'm going to snap it up. I'm going to snap it to the side. I'm going to also snap it this way. Good. Yes. So the next thing I need to do is to move it outside to this place. That would be easier if I was doing it on plan. So let me go to plan. Perfect. Right. So the next thing, put it in edge selection mode. Select this and connect it to create, because what we need is a 2-panel window over there on door. Then I will select all the edges, create shape from selection, make sure it's in linear, and then say OK. Come out of that so you can select the shape that we created. Okay, now it is selected. The next thing I want to do is click on sweep. Okay, when you click on sweep, make sure you're on bar. And if you're in bar, you can now increase the thickness of this. The length should be, let me see, I think 150. And the width, okay, I think this is the part that should be 75. This should be 150. That is too thick. That is very, very thick. So 75, while this is 50. I think this is not bad at all. Now, when you look at this, you find out that some part of this is inside the wall. We don't want that. We want it to come outside. And for you to do that, just come over here and click on this. That is going to bring it outward. And you're going to have something like this. Right? Yeah. So that is the window number 1. So for the window number 2, we're going to do the same thing. Even here, we're going to do the same thing for here. So I'm just going to keep it like this. And then I'm going to come back here and use plane. Now I want to change this into 3D so it will just snap where I want it to snap. Good. So yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to right click here and I'm going to convert to editable poly. Now with this, now I can change it to 2.5. So I won't have to worry about it snapping and changing its position. Okay. That's it. So I'm going to leave this one there for now. Then I'm going to draw the plane for this big window that is going to be 3. I'll change this to clay mode. Okay, it's gonna start. Oh my god, I'm confused again. So it's gonna start from here. Yep, I missed it because it's in 2.5. That's why. That's just why I missed it. But it's fine. It's okay. I'll move it out. So with this now, I can go ahead and right click and convert it to editable poly and then align it into position perfectly how I want it to be. Okay. Good. So now I'm going to leave that one too. Let me just, I'm going to leave it there for now. And I'm going to do the same, I'm going to do the same for other windows. just create a plane. There it is. All right, so let me just adjust this one so that we get into the right position. Move it down to this place. Right, so I'll leave it like that for now. Then I'll come here, the same thing. I'm going to create a plane. It doesn't even have to be perfect. Okay, just create it, then we'll move it into position. And then, in fact, let me just select my move tool. Yes, move into position like so. And then we'll convert it to editable poly. Move it into position. Yeah, I think that's the right position. Look at it from the. Let's look at it from the plan and see if they are in the right position. Okay, bring this one down here, and there you have it. Well, when we did this, we destroyed the doors, the upper part of the door. Wow. So to get it back, it's very simple. You know, when we were trying to move this thing down, this was what happened. So just select the two and then bridge it. Okay, that takes care of it. Okay. Yeah. Now it is what it's supposed to be now. And everything is in order. Cool. So I will get to the vertex selection mode and then bring this thing down to the position where it's supposed to be. That's fantastic. I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate this thing into position. Okay. Now, as you can see, it's not exactly the same thing, so I'm going to make an adjustment to it. And I'm going to do that using the edit poly. So I'm going to group this thing together and apply the edit poly modifier to it. Select these two, turn off the snap toggle for now. Move it towards the x-axis a little bit. To put it in the x-axis constraint, then I'll put it back in the snap toggle. I like to put it in 2.5 now, so I can just snap it into position. Yeah, so when I finish that, right click, convert to Editable Poly. Yes. So I'm going to create frames for these other ones, just like we created for that one. So I'll select this, create shape from selected, make sure it's in linear, say OK. Come out of this. Hold on a minute, let me change this into shapes. And I'm going to apply sweep modifier to it. In fact, I'm going to delete this sweep modifier and I'm going to come over here. Copy this one. And paste it over there. Exactly. I will move it into position by just selecting the plane as well and then moving it. This plane, I can select it and apply shell modifier to it, but then I'm going to make it 5. Zero. Okay, that's it. So this same shell modifier, I'm going to copy it around. Here too, to add that thickness to the window panes. So here we are going to have 3 panels. So I'm going to use this so I can create 3 by just making it 2. You can see it's created 3 panels. I'm going to say OK. Then I'm going to select everything and I'm going to tell it to create shape from selection. Make sure it's in linear. Say OK. Now I'm going to select this one and I'm going to copy the sweep. No. Now I'm going to paste the sweep. Okay, I'm just going to do the same thing. Later I'm going to paste the shell modifier for the glasses. Select all the splines and then create. All right. Yep. Exactly. This other side, we are having 3 as well. So I'm going to select all the edges and then I'm going to connect it. Okay. And then I'm going to select all the edges again. And I'm going to create shape from selection. Make sure it's in the linear. Select this. Apply this to it. I'm going to put it inside in the right position later. So I'm going to copy this now. Paste. Paste. Right. So I'm going to select this place and I'm going to group it and then move it into position. Move it into position, group it. Now that we are done, this is the door we are going to put at that interest position. We're going to put the door there. We don't have to put door in another place. So go ahead and download it and I'll show you how to bring it into your scene. I'll put the link to this door in the description, so do well to get to it. So when you download it, you extract it and then you drag it into, like, you select it and then drag it into the scene. When you drag it into the scene, click on merge file. That way it merges the door into the scene. So we have our door right here. So I'm just going to drop it here, select this and isolate both of them so I can easily do what I want to do. So I'll turn off this, leave only the angle snap toggle on so I can easily turn it and then move it into position. Okay, so I'm just going to keep this one here. It's a group, so whatever I do to it now, I have to open it. Before I can be able to edit it, normally I would open it. But with the help of this edit poly modifier, I can work on it as if it's a geometry. It's like editable poly that I can just move around. Okay, so I'll just apply it on it and then work on it like that. So here, I'm going to select it from here and then move it out to this place. Okay, that's adjusting the thickness of the door. Now we need to ensure that this is starting where it's supposed to start. It is not. Let me unhide all. Okay, that's very good. Over here. So I'm going to raise this up. To this extent. So I want this dot to be 2,400 high. Okay, so I'm just going to come over here, use a box, 2,4. I'm going to raise it up to 150. Right, so good. So I'm going to adjust this a little bit. Cool. Yeah. So I'm going to come over here and select these lines. I'm going to do the same. Sorry, not this one. I'm going to do the same for it over here too. Then I'm going to move it down to this place. Then I will select the polygons. Maybe seeing it now because I need to select the right polygon. Then I'm going to bridge it. And just hold on a minute. Just like that, we have it all settled. Good. So we are done modeling the building per se. There's something I want us to do, and that thing is to select this and apply a chamfer modifier to the entire building. Okay, it adds to the realism of the building. So, there's no chamfer. Where's the chamfer? There's no chamfer modifier. So I'm going to edit this, please. I'm going to use chamfer and replace this. Okay. Yeah. So when I apply this, let's drag it out a little bit. When I apply this, I have to change this into chamfers only. So for this place, I'm going to increase the amount to just 3. Okay, the segment 3 too. Okay. Good. So the edges are not just totally, totally sharp like that. That same chamfer modifier, I'm going to copy it and I'm going to apply it. Going to apply it to the curtain, the glasses, the windows, I mean. I'm going to apply it to the windows. So we don't have very sharp edged windows. I'll end up not looking very realistic. So I'm going to open this group and apply it. Oh no. Yeah. Same here too. I can even apply it everywhere, but you can see it has applied everywhere. But I just rather would I want to apply it only on the mullion. Yeah. Cool. So it is time for us to model these fins. When I go to the plan, you're going to see the fins. These fins. It's time for us to model it. Or I'm going to use a box, please. So it's okay now. Just all right, so bring it down to this level. And then take it over here. Cool. All right, so that's it. Cool. So I'm going to select this. In fact, let me see. Select similar. All of them have been selected. And I'm going to now I'm going to rotate it into position. Good. Good. So there you have it. We have the building. Now the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and model the site so we can start rendering and applying materials and every other thing. Now before we do that, I suggest that we go ahead and save our file. All right, to save the file, all you have to do is come over here and click on file, or you can just hit Ctrl+S on your keyboard. It's going to bring out this dialog for you. Okay, when it brings it out, you can name this thing whatever you want to name it. I'm going to name mine my first project. Okay, when you finish that, you can just hit save and that saves it for you. So to work on this site, we are going to, let me turn this thing and put it inside on top view. Now I'm going to use plane. All right, so I'm going to just create it like so. In fact, let me make it bigger than this. Okay. And then move it backwards. But I think this is way too big. The camera we are going to place is going to face this building this way, so we can actually afford to make it smaller, and then these other parts you get just like this. So at the end of the day, just make it 45 meters by 75 meters. That's in millimeters now, so 75,000 by 45,000. So I'm going to snap it to this place, right? Because that is where our walkway is going to be, and then we'll have a curb, and then we'll have the road You get. All right, so now that I'm done placing the plane, okay, 45 by 75 meters, I'm going to increase the segment, the length and width segment. So I'm going to just come in here, type like 50. And also here, I'm going to enter 50. Okay, I want it to be like a square, so I'm going to make it 65. Okay, that's more or less a square. So I'm going to, for now, I'm going to leave it like that. I'm going to take it down a little bit. We have, when I did the shell modifier stuff, I took it like, I think 450 down. So I'm going to bring it down a little bit to this point. Now, the next thing I want us to create is this building apron around the building. Okay, so I'm just going to select it and I select this thing so I can easily trace it out the way I want. Now to do this, I'm going to use a plane as well. Draw it anyhow, don't worry about nothing. Change this thing to 1, 1. Then right click, convert it to Editable Poly. Now we turn on our snap toggle. Let me just close this so that it will not be confusing us. Turn on our angle snap toggle and then start snapping around the building area. I'm going to switch to the edge mode. Select it and when I get here, I will snap to this place, hold down shift. Okay, select this part too. Snap here, hold down shift. Select this part. Snap to the end of the building. Hold down shift, then snap to this line. So just like that. You get to this end. All right, so as usual, we're going to apply shell modifier to this, and we're going to make it like, I'm just going to make it very big, and then bury the part that we don't need into the ground. So it's as if we missed a point, but don't worry, those areas has wall in there, so it's not as if we missed them. It's supposed to be like that. So I'm going to bring everything back. As you can see, you have wall there, so it is covered. It is not open. So when I come over here, you will see that this thing is buried. Like this is the plane that we just created, that we took down. Consider it works. All right. So it is time for us to do more with this, to create an undulating feature, like something that is a topography for this site, so that we have a more dynamic and a more like appealing to the eye kind of scene, so that everything is not just flowers with grass and everything. We are still going to create this connection between the walkway, by the road to this building apron. Okay, but for now, this is what I want us to work on. So I'm going to select this, and I'm going to, still a plane, right click and convert to Editable Poly. So to make the adjustment now, I'm just going to leave it here like that. Come down here. You will see paint deformation. Then you're going to see push and pull. So I want you to join me and increase the brush size so it will be this big. See what let's just say make it 3600. Okay, so it will be this big. Then the strength is 1, leave it at 1. The meters, 10 millimeters, not bad. If we need to make it, smaller or bigger, once we start, we're going to see it. Make sure that push and pull, you click on it and it's active, it is blue. So when you do that, this brush will come out. So you can now actually brush and paint this area. Okay. So we might have to increase this push and pull feature so as to, now that I increase it, you can see an effect is beginning to come out there. Okay. So let's make it like 300 mm. Okay. So just paint it however we make it look really nice. All right. Well, you can also relax it. If you feel like you had made it too big, you can also just go around clicking on it to relax it a little bit, as you can see me do. That's going to undo what you just did so that it doesn't look, you know, like it's too much. Now by the side, I want to add a little bit by this side too. So I'm going to select push and pull. 300 might be too much. Let me just make it like 200. So as to, you know, yeah, this side as well. Okay. So this thing is not looking as smooth as it should, but that can be solved with just adding Turbo Smooth. You add Turbo Smooth, it is going to add additional stuff for you. But now you would agree with me that we don't need to add this Turbo Smooth all over the place. Okay, we do not need to add it all over the place. So we need to find a way to separate this part from that part. And to do that, hold on a minute, let me delete this Turbo Smooth again. I'm just going to select the area around this like so, and I'm going to detach it. Okay. Hold on a minute. I'm going to detach it as an object. So it is separate, but it is still part of it. As you can see, they are still connected but separate. So with it being like this, I can now just select that part and apply Turbo Smooth on it. So they are still connected, but you can find out that this part is now smoother. So after doing this, the next thing I want to do is create this walkway that links this place to the road. And to do that, a very easy way to do this is just to trace it out with a box, okay? Or do it with a plane and apply shell modifier to it. Anyone that you want to do, it is just fine. Okay, that's the beauty of 3ds Max. One thing that you can do it in numerous ways and it will still give you the same results, okay? So let me go ahead and use box. Turn on my angle and my snap toggle, my 2.5D snap toggle. Yep. So it does not really matter the height because we're going to be burying it into the ground. So I'll just make it 300. Then let me put it like this so I can see where the ground is. Realize if I put it that way, I'm not going to be seeing nothing. So, yep, we're going to have it like this. Right. So I'm now going to move it out and then make a copy. Then snap it into position. Okay, just like that. Now I'm going to make a copy, clone option, and increase the number of copies so that it will create, a lot for me. The ones I don't need, I'm just going to select them and delete them. Turn this off. Now, the next thing I want to create is the walkway, okay? And I'm going to create it again with the box. S to turn on your snap toggle, okay? So I'm just going to right click and convert to editable poly. Select the box, move it this way, then turn on your angle snap toggle. Because I use shortcut to turn it on, so I'm always turning it on and turning it off when I don't need. Like if I press S now, it's off, so I can easily move this around. But now I want to snap to this place, and because I've moved it in y-axis, I've kind of restricted the movement of this. They have constrained the movement to the y-axis. So if I turn on S now, I don't have to use the pivot to move it. I'll just come here and move it and snap it into position. Okay, but now we need to, as usual, bury it into the ground so that it will cover the tip of this soil. So I'm just going to remove the snap toggle, okay, and then turn it back on so I can snap to this top part, and 1 on my keyboard to go into vertex, mode, and then move it up till I'm satisfied. Of course, later we are going to apply what is it called again? We're going to apply chamfer modifiers on all these things to get, that realistic edges, because nothing in reality has 90 degrees straight edge, like meeting themselves at that 90 degree, perpendicularly at 90 degree. Okay, I don't think. When you look at even objects that are looking as if they have that type of sharp edges, you find out that there is a little bit of bevel there. So, especially when you're modeling hard surfaces, it needs to have those chamfers. Even though you don't want it to be pronounced, make it just to be there a little bit. Now, this has passed where we want it to be. So with that vertex still selected, select this edge, and then make sure your snap toggle is on, S on your keyboard, and then move it into position. Now that I've done that, I will also select this, hold down Shift, so I can duplicate it as a copy, and I'll say OK. Even though we might not see that part, let's just do it. Now it's remaining the road, and for this road, I want to use plane to do it. Okay. It does not really matter, as we're going to, make sure that we get to where we need to get to later with the help of snap toggle. But first of all, this, I need to make it 1. And this other one to 1. We don't need all those segments for the road because the road is going to be straight. Okay, the cracks on the road, we're going to use map to include them. Okay, and I'll be showing you how you can do just that. So I'm going to right click, and I'm going to convert to Editable Poly. And then, yeah, that is already good. I want to snap it behind this, the walkway. So I will just do just that. Same thing here as well, right there. Okay, now I'm going to put it underneath the walkway right here. Okay, cool. But where it is going to be is solely dependent on the Kerbs model that I'm about to bring in right now. Okay, that is what will determine whether I am going to and I think generally I need to select these things and bring it down even more, at least to flush with this walkway, you get. So let me just select both the walkway and the road and bring it down to this level. I think that's better that way. So yeah, now I want to get rid of, not to get rid of, because I'm done using the, the DWG file that I imported. But then I want them to stop showing because we're done modeling. Even the site, we are also done modeling the site. What we're about to do now is put in details, to this site. So I'm just going to select them and put them in a different layer where I can do this in. Then turn it off and on if I happen to need them later on. There's something I want to model, but I need to see where they are on the DWG file so I can model them properly. So I'll just select it and then also select this one, turn off this angle, this snap toggle for now. Okay. Now, this is not the layer interface. To access the layer interface, you have to come down here and click sort by layer. Now that I've done that, you see group 1 and group 2. Those are the two stuff that I'm selected. That's the two DWG file that I'm selected. You can see group 2. That's group 1. So if I want to add these two things that are selected to a new layer, all I have to do is come over here, see create new layer, click on it. It creates a new layer and adds these two stuff to the new layer. Now if I should turn off this new layer, you see both of them are off. So I'm just going to call it, I can rename it by just double clicking on it and call it DWG files and then turn it off. Now, if there's anything you want to rename again, you can easily do it using this method I just showed you. Select it and then, So as we go on, I will have to show you, let me put this thing back to the default. Okay. To the default. All these things are layers with nothing in them. because I selected and I moved them. So if you want to delete them, just select from beginning to end like so. Right click and delete. They are gone. All right. So the next thing I want us to do is bring in the Kerbs. I'm going to put the links to this Kerb. This Kerb, I got them for free. I didn't pay for them. I just downloaded them off the website from Megascan website, free of charge. So I'm going to put the link in this description so you can get your own. So I'm just going to, because what we have here is an FBS file, just going to drag it into this place and import the file. Okay, that is the Kerb. Let me just set it properly. Like this. So this has to come up to meet it. So the road has to come up to meet it underneath. So I'm just going to select the road and then come underneath here, raise it up till we'll place it right underneath the Kerb. Okay, I have to. Yeah, so something like this. Cool. Okay, I think the Kerbs were able to. So let me just align the both of them. Like so. Select this part and move it. Okay, now I want to spread these Kerbs all over the road. Okay, from this beginning till the end. And to do that easily, we are going to use the array tool. You can find the array tool in the tools menu bar, and then you see array. So click on array. When you click on it, it's going to bring out all these tools for you. Before you do anything, I want you to turn on the preview so you see what you're doing when you start doing them. Now, the count is set to 10 in one direction. So anything I do now, let me put it this way, it will be moving it in one direction. Now, I don't want it to be an instance. I want it to be a copy. Instance means if I adjust one, it is going to adjust all of them. So I'm going to put it in copy. Now, with it being like this, see, when I move it in the x-axis like this, you see it is taking it up. When I move it in y-axis, it is also moving it in y-axis. But where we need to move this thing is in x-axis. So I will just put 0 here, put 0 here, and then in here in the x, I will just increase it like this till we get a gap. Okay? When we get a gap, I'll put it in top mode, top view, I mean. So we can come in close and fine tune it to just click and hold. It will be coming closer to each other till it covers up. When it covers up, you can see all of them are just like that. So I can just come here and be increasing the count. And by increasing the count, you can see, let me just keep it this way so you guys look at the curve here. When I increase another curve, you can see it is now going down the line like so. Now we have gotten to the end. I can now say, okay. All right. So when I do that, I can put it this way. Select all of them. Group them together. Hold down Shift while I rotate. That is going to duplicate the curves for me. And then as a copy, I will select the move tool and move it back into position. Okay, that's the curve for the other side of the road. Put it in this view. Right. So there we are. we are done modeling. So it is time for us to place our cameras and then start working with the environment lights and then put assets in the scene and then work with materials and render. So if you have gotten up to this point in this video, kudos to you. We are done with the modeling session of this. We are about to enter the rendering session. All right. So if you haven't already done so, please endeavor to subscribe. Okay. I drop full courses like this every week where we come together and we grow together. All right. So back to the video. Let me just quickly put it in this view, the top view, and then come down here to where we have the camera because I want to place camera now. Select Corona camera. Okay, just move it a little bit. Yeah. Select the Corona camera and then draw it. Okay, remember we created two camera viewports before. So when I draw it, I will hit C, make sure that this view is active. How you know the viewport that is active is you see this golden colors stuff around the viewport. That means this viewport is the one that is active now. So you hit C on your keyboard. When you hit C on your keyboard, it puts it into the camera mode. You can see the view here is the camera, Corona camera 001. Put it in default shading mode, and there you have it. Okay. Okay. So I'll just change it to clear mode. I think that's going to be better. All right. So as I'm making my adjustment, you're going to be seeing the adjustment over here. As you can see, you're seeing the adjustment over there. So I will select this camera, go to the modify tab. If you're not selecting, just select the head of the camera because this camera is divided into two parts. You have the camera itself and you have the camera target. So selecting the target is not the same as selecting the camera. We can see there's nothing for us to work on here. You can only move this thing around. When you select the camera at the middle point, it's even like you can only move the camera that way. You don't have anything to work with here. But when you select the camera itself, you see, it brings out all these camera settings for you here to, play with, to work with. Now, there are various ways you can select. The way I just selected it, you can select the camera that way, or you can just come to the view where the camera is, click on it, and you see select camera or select target camera. When you do it that way, it is still going to select the camera. As you can see, I've selected the camera. Right. So having done that, I want us to set our save frame. Save frame is a part of the view that is going to be rendered when you do render the work. Like if I should come over here, you see show save frame. Beside it, you're going to see the shortcut Shift F. So if I hit Shift F on the keyboard, you see that it has cut out the part that is not, going to show when I render. Now to set the aspect ratio of this save frame, you can find it in the render setup. When you click on the render setup, you're going to see it. Now we are working with the HDTV in bracket video. This is just 16:9. Okay, that's the normal video format. All right, so I think that's what we're going to. Let's just use it for the purpose of what we are doing today. Let's just use it. So I'm just going to leave it like that. But if you want to make any modification to yours, you can come over here, set it to custom, and type in whatever figure you want. Okay, you also have already set save frames that you can just click on, and it will just give you those things. Let me put it back to HDTV. All right, so when I am done setting that, I'll just close this down. So now let's work on the camera. I'll just select the camera, come over here, change it in the photographic parameters. You can see where I am. I will change it from field of view to focal length. It is the same thing, but they are inversely proportional to each other. So as you're increasing this one, the other one is reducing. Let's say if I make this thing 5, you see this one is 140 something. If I should make it 30, you see this one also came up. Now let me make it like 25. I think that will be good. All right. Let me add some. Okay. So I am just going to raise this camera now But before I do that, I want to align the camera and the target so that it gives me a straight 1-point perspective kind of view. Okay, to do that, I'm going to use the align tool. The align tool, you can find it here. Okay, it is also inside here. You can see align, but let's just use the one here. Click on it once. Make sure you are selecting the camera when you click on it. So now when you click on it, you can now click on the target. All right, so I want to align it like this. So uncheck everything, leave only the x-axis and then say okay. That way you can see that everything has been aligned just the way we want it to be. So now I'm going to use the middle mouse button to take the view up. All right, I'm going to take the camera back some more. Just like that. Let me see if I make this thing 20. Okay. Let me go forward a little bit more. Right. So there are some scripts I want to introduce you to that is going to make your life easier when you are doing something like this. We need to install, I think, 4 scripts, and I'm going to put the link of, and they are okay. Apart from Cont'd, which you are just going to make donations, the remaining 3 are free of charge. You can just get them and then you can use them to make your life easier in this software. So the first one we are going to get is Relinking Bitmap. Okay, we are going to get Relinking Bitmap so we can use it to be relinking our bitmaps. There's a video that I've done on this channel where I've shown you how you can, relink your bitmap and the importance of it. When we start bringing in models and we start applying models like trees, grasses, all those things, we start applying materials. Then I will show you the importance of this Relinking Bitmap. But for now, just get it. Okay, just get it. Yeah, you need it. All right. So the other one is Cont'd, but let's first of all get the Relinking Bitmap. So I will show you where you can get the remaining ones. Like I said, the link will be in the description. So you just come down here, okay, and then you click on download. It is going to take you to the website of the people that actually made this thing and put it up here in the script spot. So all these scripts that we are going to install now, you are going to get them free of charge, apart from Cont'd from script spot. There are lots of other scripts available to you on the script spot. You can also go there and maybe you have something you need. You just check how you can easily do it with script spot. It is going to show you. Now you can see I've downloaded it. The next one is Cont'd. Just copy the link in the description and paste it here. It is going to take you straight to where it is you need to be able to download this. All right, now this will take you to Gumroad, where you will be asked to make some donation. Okay, you can see, you just click on it, you come over here. If you put 0 in there, as you might be tempted to do, it will not allow you. But the moment you put at least, if you put at least one, even let's see, even if you put, okay, it has to be $1. Okay, $1 or more, because this is going to be of great help to you. Okay, I've already downloaded, I got mine already that I use, so I don't need to download. But if you don't have it, you feel free to donate at least $1 to this guy. Okay, donate and then you get it, and it is going to be of tremendous help to you as we go down the line. There are videos on this channel where I've already used this script in. When you watch those videos, you see the importance of this. It enables you copy from one scene to the other instead of having to merge the models you need into that scene. So here we have the image comp helper. This is going to be very helpful. That is what I even need to use now before I decide to introduce you to all the scripts. It comes in handy when you want to set up your composition, your camera composition in the scene to align things in the way that they are going to look very, very well put together and attractive and nice as far as our pictures and visualization, architectural visualization goes. So you just come down here the same way we did for the Relinking Bitmap. You click on this, it is going to take you to where you need to be able to download it. Okay, this, I think the faction are the people that created this script. So you click here, all right, and give it time. It is going to start downloading. You see, it has downloaded. All right, the next one that you're going to need, prune scene. Prune scene is very, very, very helpful. Okay, sometimes things happen inside 3ds Max that nobody can explain. Files get so big, files start crashing for no reason. All those things that might happen, it will happen. Okay, sooner or later, if you keep using 3ds Max, sometimes you're going to run into issues like that. Okay, it is like antivirus. So this is like a cleaner for antivirus. When you are working and you run into issues like that, that you really cannot explain why it is not supposed to happen. You just run your prune scene and clear out all those things that you don't need. Now your file might start getting bigger because maybe the models you are bringing in from the scene you are bringing in from, it has animations that are embedded into those models that you don't need, animated layers, or it has layers that are no longer, all those things, they come together, they accumulate spaces in your scene. But with this, if you don't need them, it is going to find all those unuseful stuff that you have, all those stuff you have in your scene that are not useful, and it is going to clear them out, thereby reducing the size of your scene, okay, dramatically. I mean, it reduces it very well. Sometimes you can even take a file that is not even supposed to be as big as 6 gig. It will take it down to like less than 1 gig. Okay, I'm telling you. So you need this. All right, so you click on the download URL and then it downloads it for you. Right. So how do we are done downloading all this. How do we now install them into our scene? Because when you come here, you're going to see downloading them doesn't mean it's in here. So we need to install it into this scene. So how do we do that? Now I'm going to open where the download are. All right, so here are the scripts that I just downloaded. You can see prune scene, you can see Relinking Bitmap, you can see image compare. I'm going to extract this. Okay, let me just close this back. So the first one I want to install is the Relinking Bitmap. So when you want to install script inside your 3ds Max, all you have to do is take it, drag it into here, then leave it, just like that. Prune scene. Let me not do prune scene yet. Let's finish with this Relinking Bitmap that I just dropped. Okay, I think we can also drop this image compare. So we just drop it like that too. Okay, then Cont'd, the same thing. Drop it like that too. This the reason why this prune scene, the way it installs is quite different. So let's just deal with these 3 first, and then we'll come back and install prune scene. All right. So to get, because we have already installed this 3, we just need to get it where we can easily access and use them. Right. So how do we do that? You go to customize user interface. Okay, click on customize, you click on customize user interface, you will see toolbars. Now, looking at this top place, you're already seeing Cont'd. Okay, so to be able to use this Cont'd, we need to create a button for it, because all these things are in a button. You can see, you hover around, it tells you what the button's name is. So you can't just, even though I can just drag this and put it inside here, it is not advisable. So you create a button and then you put this tool inside that button. Okay, just like we created these buttons and we slide it in. Okay, when we were creating this button for shortcuts, something like that is what we are going to create here, but we're creating it to be able to float and, you know, be docked wherever I want it to be. So to do that, all you need to do is click on new and then name the toolbar. So this first one is Cont'd. So I'm going to write Cont'd in here and then say okay. Now when I do that, it creates this thing. I don't know if you can see, it creates this thing for me. Okay, now all I have to do is take this, drag it and drop it inside there. Now you have Cont'd right there. Now you can take this thing and dock it here. Now the next one I want to create is Relinking Bitmap. So I'm just going to write Relink Bitmap and then say okay. So when you do this, you notice that you don't really know where that Relinking Bitmap is. So you click somewhere and then type relink bitmap as fast as you can. Relink. Okay, when you do that, you are going to see relink bitmap over here. So you just drag it and drop it. Now, it is supposed to come with its own icon and image, but normally when you finish doing this thing, you have to restart your 3ds Max for it to load correctly. So, but we're not going to do that now. I'm just going to keep it here. Okay, if I let me keep it at the top, then I'm going to create a new tool and call it image comp helper. So I'm going to call this one ICH. I'm not going to type the full thing, it's quite long. So I'm just going to find image comp helper. As you can see, just type image as fast as you can. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to dock it above there. Now, that is it for this. So I'm just going to save this thing and then I'm going to restart this 3ds Max for you to see the icon of, because when you do yours, you may not see the icon of Relink Bitmap. This is how you get it to show. So I'm just going to close this and then reopen it again. Now I've restarted the 3ds Max. As you can see, RB is now showing here for Relink Bitmap. So let's go ahead and install this other one, the prune scene. Like I said, the way it happens is different from what we just did now. So you just drag it in, and when you drag it in, it brings out this dialog box for you, the installation wizard. Okay, all you need to do is click next, accept, click next. Okay, now toolbar means it is going to create a toolbar for you, but I want it to also have a quad menu, so I'm going to click quad menu. All right. So I'm going to say next. Now it is going to load and you say yes. It is going to install these things for you. Right? Now I don't need to run it, but if you want to run it, you can just click on run. It will bring out these things for you. For close this window, press number 1. If you press number 1, it's going to close that window and bring out all these things. You now check the one you want. You can see garbage, you can see reactor collision, you can see animation layer, all those things. You select them and you clear the scene. Now it is going to tell you it cleared garbages and all that, but it didn't find anyone. You did not find it. You just tell you not found. So you can check all and clear. It is going to tell you the ones that it was able to clear and the ones that were not found. Right. So that's it. Okay, now that we're done with that, we need the prune scene to be where we can always use it when we want to use it. So we go back to customize user interface and create new, call it prune scene. Say okay, then quickly type prune, then drag it into this place. Right. So I can keep it here. So when you click on it, it opens this in for you. Close number 1 to close. Press number 1 to close and it comes out just like we just did right now. So now let's use the image comp helper to get our camera in the right position. So I'm going to use the golden ratio. When you turn it on, it comes on like that. And then I'm going to select the target of the camera, select the move to, and then move it up a little bit like this. But when I do that, you notice that the camera angle gets a little bit skewed. Okay, to solve that problem, just select the camera. See the way I selected it? I clicked here and I selected camera, select camera. Then come over here in tilt and shift and turn on the automatic vertical tilt. That is going to ensure that even though you are raising the target up, even though you are raising it up, it's not going to adjust the angles of the wall. It's not going to skew it up. Right. So now what I want to do with this golden ratio is to place this building in between. You can see the building is fitted right in between these middle boxes, these 3 middle boxes. And then I try as much as I can to place the building inside, like at the middle of this. So that's that. The golden ratio gave me that line to work with at the edge of the buildings. Now there are other ones you can actually look at here. You can see the diagonal third. You can see the center cross. You can also use like more than one at the same time. You can see this is the golden, spiral. You can use it if you want to place something. You can also use golden ratio, all those things. You can even use a customized one. You can customize it, okay? And then you put the number of division you want. You can want 6. You put 6 in there, and it's going to give you 6 divisions. So let me just return it to 4. Now with this, you can also, even though I don't use it for that, you can also show your save frame from here, and then, add, delete. All these are all aspect ratios that you can use. Okay, you can click on it and it will be increasing it for you. As you can see, as I clicked on it, it increased it. But I actually want to use the one that I already set from in here. Okay, so I'm going to use this. All right, so I just want to let you know that you can actually do that. And here you can select the camera from here. You can select the target as well from here. As you can see, the target is being selected. The camera is selected. And then you can quickly adjust the focal length of the camera from here as well. So that's that for the image comparer. So I'm done setting this. The camera is all set up, and then everything is where they want to be. For now, I'm going to leave everything like this. So the next thing I want us to do is to put light in this scene. Right. So there's a rule that I like to use. Okay, the 90 degrees rules. Now, as this camera is facing forward like this, the light you have to put has to come from this side or this side. Let's say I want to put Corona Sun. You just come over here, or you can just come here. You are seeing Corona Sun. You can just click on it. That gives you the sun. Or you can come here, click here. Okay, select Corona Sun. If it is not set to Corona, if it is set to here, you can just come down here to Corona Sun and then click on Corona Sun. They are all still the same thing. So you can either place it from this, sorry, let me just delete that. You can either place it from this angle and raise it, okay? Or this angle, it doesn't really matter. So the reason for this is because when you are rendering, there is need to have shadows as well as light. You have to have light and shadow composition. If you place this light from the back, it is not going to give you the best, scenario. So you want to place the light, because you are in charge, you're in control of this universe. You want to place your light by the side so it gives you that light and shadow composition. Okay, you can also place it, towards the back side. It depends on what you are really going for. So I'm just going to leave it here. When we start doing interactive rendering, we are now going to fine tune it till we get exactly what we want. Now, before we start interactive rendering, I want to lock this view. What do I mean by lock this view? I'm going to show you something right now. But before we start doing interactive render, I like to come over here and turn this off. This thing I just turned off here gives your system the go-ahead to denoise your scene when you are doing interactive rendering. I personally don't like that. Let me show you what it looks like so you can decide whether you like it or not. So I'm going to open this and I'm going to start interactive rendering. So I'm just going to click here to set it up right there. Now we only have the sun in this scene. Hold on a minute. I'm going to make some adjustments to the size of this thing. Cool. So I'm going to select that sun, and I'm going to add Corona Sky environment, and then select it like this. I'm going to just reduce. Okay, let's just say I do it this way. Now, the reason for locking the camera is, if I don't lock this camera, if I come over here and click here, it is going to start showing me what is happening here, like this top view. That's not what I want. I want, no matter where I am working in this scene, okay, I want it to show me what is happening in this camera view, or whatever camera view I put in this place. Right. So how do I do that? I do that by coming into this render setup and then clicking this. All right. So if I click here, it is still showing me what is going on here. Even if I select this one and I'm moving it around, it is still going to show me what is happening there. I hope you noticed how I was able to just quickly balance the light and the white balance and exposure by just click of a button. Now, being a 3D artist, rendering inside 3ds Max and Corona has just gotten to a new level of easy. Okay, so now you can also do tone mapping down here. You can add your own stuff. Okay, you can add your own stuff. So, but before I do anything over there, I'm just going to stop this and then select everything and apply my white default material to it. So it is all selected now, and I'm going to open my material editor. You can hit M on your keyboard to open it, or you can just come over here and click on this material editor right here. So I'm going to click on it, and it's going to open up this Slate material editor. There's a video I've done in Slate material, because there's another type of material editor that you can use, but you really don't have to, because as far as I'm concerned, this material editor is limited by far. So don't use this, use the Slate material editor. I've done a video where I explain to you the difference between both of them and why I think the Slate material editor is better. So the Slate material editor is what we're going to use. We have agreed on that. So I'm going to come down here. You see materials. I'm going to come down here to materials, click it, close the general, and then open Corona. What we're going to be using for this is the Corona physical material. So I'm going to select it and just make it dark a little bit. Okay, just make it dark. In fact, let me leave it white. Okay, just make it 180. I think that's acceptable for white. It is not, you can see it's a little bit of gray, but just leave it like that. All right, so I'm going to increase the glossiness. Now it is showing roughness here. If you want to increase the glossiness of this thing, all you have to do is just reduce the roughness. But if that is still confusing to you, you can come to advanced option and change the roughness to glossiness. So when you come up here, you're going to see the glossiness. So we're going to make this thing like 0.6. Okay, that's what we're going to do. And then I'm going to apply it on everything. All right, I've applied the material. Let's take a look at what we're having. Okay, cool. Well, I just want us to start working with the tone mapping instead of the auto adjustment. So I'm going to turn it off for now and then take this down. Say -3.5. And a 3 point. Something like that, and it's looking bluish. Okay, for you to control how bluish or how warm the scene is looking, you can do that using the white balance. This is the white balance. Okay, the first one, the simple exposure, is what you use to control the brightness, as you just saw me do now. So this one is when you want to control how warm. Like if you take it up, you see how warm it's becoming. If you take it, you see it's becoming bluer. So you just like, let's just leave it at 7.5. all right. All these other ones come into play when we start adding colors and materials into this. All right, so for now, I'm just going to leave it like this. Now, the next thing I want us to do is to add clouds to this sky, because right now it is just blue. There's no cloud. This is also not bad. We can have skies like this, but for the purpose of what we are doing, I want us to add sky. So to do that, to assess where the sky is, just hit 8 on your keyboard. Okay, it brings out this environment and effect. But if you want to know where this environment and effect is, you can just go to rendering. You will see environment. So environment, that's the 8 that you have there. So when I close this thing and then come inside here, go to environment, open it, see it's that same thing. So to add the sky now, I'm just going to drag this thing into this material editor, and I'm going to say yes. As instance, that's to copy the map, the Corona sky map as an instance. So I'm going to say okay. Now when I say okay, let me just close this, we're done with it. When I say okay, I can just come double click here, come on under here, you see clouds parameters. Just check it on, enable clouds. When I do that, you're going to see cloud is going to appear up here. Okay, it's already looking good, but there is one more thing I want us to add. I want us to add series, this stuff here. I want us to say, right now is at 0.5, just raise it to 1. When you raise it to 1, you're going to see the sky will have more, you know, it's going to have more white cloud stuff happening on there. So as you can see, that's our cloud. So on to the next thing. So the next thing I want us to do is bring in trees so we can start working on our light composition. We can start working on our lights and shadow composition, okay? And also start working on our horizon and the background. And for that, we're going to be using mass tree, okay? do not panic. We are going to be using the free tree that they have. They have a free collection, okay? So we're going to go get it. Mastery is a website that does a lot of tree, plants and tree collections for visualization for all the software that you can think of. All right. So do not panic. They have a free version. So as a beginner, I don't think you should be like, you should try using this software first and then see if you like it, and then think about investing heavily on assets like this. So that is why this, like Mastery now, they have a version, very high quality plans that they are going to give you for free. So I'm just going to type free and then search. It is going to bring out like this one now. You're going to see it. This is volume 60. It is free of charge. All these other ones here are kind of, you can see this is $5. This is something you can easily purchase. Okay. But for starters, let's use this. So you click on this and it opens up for you. Now you can download them. Okay. I've already downloaded it. You can see if I go to my dashboard, you're going to see, you can see view. Now you can go ahead. Now you see each renderer you can think of is here. You can see the one for Corona. You can now click on it and it's going to download it for you. So when you download it, you can now come back here. Let's continue this video because I'm about to start bringing in the ones that I need. Right. Let me close this thing. Now, whatever you download, make sure you download this first one, which is a PDF. This is what enables you see what plant you're about to see the render, the final output, what it's going to look like when you render it. So you click on it and it will start downloading it for you. Okay, it is even opening it. Now you can download it from here. Now I'm going to click here and it's going to be downloaded for me. So yeah. Now for the bushes, we're going to be using this one. Okay, for the bushes, for the ones that would be in front of the house, the few ones that we're going to align in front of the house, we are going to be using this one. Then for trees, we're going to be using this with a touch of this, okay, and then this. Then for the grasses, we'll be using this. In fact, I will tell you the one when I bring them in, so you will not. Let's just get on with it. Right, so let me bring in the first one. So I'm going to bring in the first one, which is Abelia grandiflora. I'm going to drag them into this place. Okay, see, this is how I'm going to do it. I'm just going to select it, drag it, and then merge it into the scene. Okay, that's it. You can see that's the height of the hedges. So I'm just going to keep it here for now. Then I'm going to bring in other ones as well, because we have a whole bunch of them. You can see this is 1, this is 2, up to 6. So I will be bringing in all 6 of them. So when you see something like that, just tell it to, it will happen again and I'll show you what to do. Okay, apply it to all duplicates, auto rename, because I don't want it to use that. I want just rename it and then take the map that you need. That's how I've been doing it. Okay, and it works for me, so it will also work for you. Oh, okay, this is actually, when you look at the PDF, this is this one. All right, still Abelia, but this is trimmed. This is the one I'm saying we're going to keep up front. Okay, so let's also get it, but let's keep it separate. All right, cool. Then the next one, cool. The other one as well. Yeah, gonna keep it there. So for the purpose of what we are doing, I don't want the green of this, plants to be showing yet. So I'm just going to do material override for the plant, okay, so that they don't show. So I'll just come here, click material override. I don't want to also override it either. Okay, we can use it, we can make modifications if we need to, but for now, let's just override the material and just place it and get the composition, without having colors in our face. Okay, so let's just get the compositions right. So override material. I'm going to use that same material that we're using for this particular material that we created, that we're using for this place. I'm going to use it for this material override. So I'm going to drag it into this place that you're seeing none and say okay. Because it is 3 that we're doing this thing to override 3 materials. I also want to be seeing the leaves on those trees, which is why I am going to come here and then preserve opacity. Okay, preserve opacity and then leave it closed. Okay, now I'm going to like scatter these 3 around this place in a way that it is going to cover up for me. To do that, I'm just going to select this. I want the shrubs to be scattered around this area. Let me see something. In fact, I want it close by. So to do this, I'm going to select this back side and a little bit of the front. In fact, let me deselect some part of this. Okay. That's where I want the shrubs, the bushes to grow around. So I'm just going to detach this and detach as a clone. When I do that, it is there, but it is like hidden underneath this place, because this place I want to plant grasses on top of this place, but I also want to host something there. So that is why I had to duplicate it like this. So I'm just going to leave it like that and then come and create chaos scatter, because chaos scatter is what I'm going to be using to scatter this thing around. Right. So I'll use chaos scatter, select it, come over here, select the distributor object. This is the place that we're going to be distributing this thing. So if you want to, where you want to distribute like 1, 2, 3 somewhere, you have to select where you want to distribute it. This is where we say you just come over here, click on this plot, distribute on target objects. So you click on this, it will select. So when I scatter this, it will be scattered all over this place. Right. So now you have to select what you want to scatter. And that is what you are selecting here. So you click here and then you click here and here. Oh, no, this is not. I'll just deselect this, select the right one. Yes, that is it. Right, so I'm going to start doing interactive rendering and then I'm going to see what I've got. Then from there, we can now start making modifications. Now this is looking a bit much and a bit uniform. Oh, it's rendering this. I want it to be an interactive render. Okay, it's looking a bit much and a bit uniform. So I'm going to make some serious adjustment to it. Now I'm going to come down here, surface scattering, and I'm going to change this thing to 500. So it's 50, make it 500. Then I'm going to increase the scale of this by coming to transformation. All right, here is the scale. I'm going to take it from 150 to 180. So that way you can see that the scale has become bigger. Right, so I still have to reduce this thing some more. I'm going to make it like 200. Cool. Still plenty. But I have to relink bitmap because part of the reason why this thing is showing the way it is showing, because the bitmap is not there. It's not showing. So I'm going to relink the bitmap so as to have something nice to look at. So I will stop this for now and then I'm going to click on this RB button. You can see all these maps here are missing. Okay, so I am going to select the location where it is. These maps are located. Click the plus button, click these 3 dots here, and then select the location where you want this thing to be looking at. Okay, so I'm just going to use this asset and then say add. So when I click here and click relink, it is going to relink these things for us. But in situations where it does not relink it for us, we can now go over here. This one will not fail in the reference. You know, I told you we're going to talk about asset tracking. Okay, now we're going to use this asset tracking to track the assets we have in this scene that are missing. Like this one now is missing. And not only are we going to do that, we're also going to customize user parts where we are going to, so that each time we bring in this stuff, we don't need to relink anything. It will relink it for us automatically. There's a video I've done on this channel where I'm going to put the link in the description, where I showed you how you can do this relink stuff without, because sometimes relink bitmap doesn't work for everything. Like as you can see now, it is not working here. But before you even do anything, you have to make sure that you have the maps, okay? I just realized that the part of the reason why this thing didn't work is because I did not unzip, okay, extract the maps from the folder. Now, probably you may not even have these maps, because where you downloaded this file from, I found out that when you download Corona, the maps doesn't come with it. You have to come down here, you'll see where the maps are, then you download the map. And when you download it, make sure that you extract it so that you will be able to access the file. The map is the image of, you can see these are like the materials of the trees that when you link them, it is going to give you everything. Like here you can see that's a map all over the place. I can refresh, you see. So you can now select this thing and set path. You can now select the path where the thing is supposed to be. But I want to try the relink bitmap again to see if it's going to work. Then we'll come back here and customize our user path. So the relink bitmap, I'm going to use it now. Select this and then click on relink. Immediately you find out that all the maps has been relinked, as you can see. Now when I come over here now and I refresh this, you're going to see that all of them are no longer grayed out. They are now very much active. Now I want to configure project paths. What that does for you is each time I bring in any, plant or whatever from that same folder where the map is, it is just going to find that folder and put it for me. So I don't have to always relink, the maps using the relink bitmap. So you click on this part, you click on configure project path, and then you go to external files and then add. So when you click on that add, you can now go to where the file is. So I think this is it. Okay, these are the maps. So you can just select use path and then say okay. So whatever it is I bring in that is in that same folder, it is just going to relink it for me. I don't have to use the relink bitmap or come into asset tracking to track it. Okay, so now when I do interactive render, you notice the way this thing is looking now. If I should do interactive render, it is going to look so much better because the map has been loaded in. Now it is looking very high. It is looking too much. Like now I have to make adjustments to this. So I'll just select it and then come over here where we have the scale and reduce the scale. Make it 90 to 100. Now, in as much as this is not too high, it is okay because it's covering the horizon, but I need it to come up a little bit. So I'm going to increase this thing to 120. 90 to 120. Okay, then the next thing I want to do is make it a little bit fewer because it is actually like it's 200. I want to make it like 100 and see what we're going to get. Yes, because I don't want it to be looking as if it's like a thick bush behind there. I just want it to be just a little bit like, so 150, because I need that place covered as well. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're now going to place the ones that we're going to place here manually, or we can still scatter it if we feel like it. But for now, I'm going to leave it this way. For now, let me just leave it. The next one we're going to do, we're going to bring in trees, tall trees, right behind these ones. And also we're going to scatter. In fact, let me just scatter another set of hedge, you know, behind us. These stuff that are here, I'm going to do another one right behind. So I'm going to use plane for that. In fact, I'm going to take this and duplicate it right behind the camera. Okay. Then bring it down a little bit. No, it's okay there. So I'm just going to duplicate this, Ctrl V on your keyboard, duplicate as a copy, right? And then move it out. All I have to do in this one is come in here, select this, remove it, and then add this one. That will just create the same thing for us. Okay? And that's it. So I'm going to bring in tall trees now. I'm going to take a look at the one we're going to bring in. I am going to bring in this one. This is Asa. I like this one in the middle. Asa Bogenarium. Nah, you understand? That's the name up there. Then this one too. I like this one. I'm going to bring it. In fact, this one, all three of them are coming in. So let me just use this one for now. Then later, if I feel the need for varieties, I can bring in the other one. So let me just find this. So I found it. Okay, it's in there. Alnus Mastogy. Okay, that's it. So I'm going to merge it into file. Okay, that's it there. Then I will bring in the remaining ones, like we always do. I like that one. So this, the third one. Oh no. So I'm just going to keep this on the other screen and just drag it in. Just drag it in the way we have dragged in these two. All right, so there you go. Maybe one more. Let me see what the other ones look like. Okay, these are the other ones. In fact, I'll drag the three of them in. 4, 5, 6. All 6 of them are coming in. So if I have this now, I think 6 is even big enough. I don't even need to do anything. I just have to position them manually and it will be good. The only place that I might need to come and start, you know, doing any special thing is behind the camera, where I just want to scatter these trees around. Okay, so I can just place this one. I think this is going to be a bit much for it. When I start interactive render, we're going to see what it is that we want. So this one can be placed here. Then that's the short one. I will now place it here. No, this is not a short one. This is another tall one. I think that's the other short. This is another tall one also. So I do not really, but let's just do interactive render first. Keep forgetting that in the update they changed the location of this interactive render. Okay. Okay, maybe I actually do need to scatter these things around because back here is looking a bit empty. Okay, but let's work on the foreground elements first. All right, this one here, I think it is on. I don't want it to be there. I want it to be here, right by the side of this. I think that's okay. Now I want another one to be by this side. I'm just looking for a good shadow. I want a yeah, exactly. I want it to look like I'm underneath a tree right here. So I'll just bring it out. Do not worry. So long we are not seeing this tree being on the main road, it does not really matter. Okay. What matters is what we are seeing in the view, which is you can see you are seeing this what is it called, the shadow of this tree. So I'm gonna shift it back just a little bit, like so, just a little bit. That's right. So I need to cover this place with something. So I think no, that's high. Yeah, this is the perfect one for it. So I'll just keep it this way and then move it into position and say copy. All right, cool. Now for this place, I will just like add the hedges, these ones that I kept one side. I'll just add them there for the added effect, for the foreground trees added effect. So I'll just put it there and then raise it up till I'm satisfied with it. So this one need not be much, which is why I am putting it manually by hand. Okay, so I can determine where it is and how it is positioned. So all these trees are made available to you free of charge. Do check them out. Check their website out. They have a lot of beautiful trees. And this is not even a sponsored video. Okay, it's just because they are able to give this level of quality free of charge. I personally believe that they deserve, your patronage. Okay, when you do want to patronize, buy a tree or whatever, you can actually look through their catalog and see what you can get from there. So I'm just going to put another one here. So have the tip of that tree showing at that place. Okay. Now I'm going to take, I think this is a tall, okay, this is a short one. Take this tall one and then move it somewhere to the back and see what it's going to look like if we have lots of trees behind there. Now, depending on the machine you're using, the system you're using, that's the PC you're using or the computer you're using, you might find it tasking on your computer to load all these things I'm loading. Okay, so you now have to, that's why I am not like scattering this one all over the place. I'm just trying to put it where they are needed. Okay, even though I might still have to scatter it in some area. Okay, I just want to cover this place. It will give you that depth even behind you. When you are having this, kind of tree, the reflection on the glass that we're going to put here is going to show the trees that are behind the cameras, making everything look nice. However, if you don't want to use trees all over the place, you can put things that are going on behind this place. For instance, you can put a building. Now, through these patches of this place, you can now see a building behind those places, making it look like somebody's compound is behind them. Or you can put a fence. Okay, whichever works for you is very much okay, right? So let me leave that for now. We are going to tackle that later. So let me go ahead and continue putting the, let me just make this a little bit smaller. Okay, I hope you can see. Yeah, so I will go ahead and continue putting the tiny hedges, just like that, in position where I want them to be manually. Okay, I can duplicate it and put it elsewhere. Then the last one, that's this one. Just gonna drag this one into position and keep it here. Could have easily done this with chaos scatter, but I feel like if we do it with chaos scatter, it is going to be difficult for us to control where it is going to be, because I just want it to be in few places, like here and there. You understand? Here and there. And chaos scatter will make it easier for you to scatter it on this undulating plane. But notwithstanding, we are going to just use this and still get something that is really, really nice and giving. Let me take this one over here. Just copy it. This one too, I'm going to put at the tip of this place. And I'm going to like create variety manually by just rotating it around. You can do that. Then here, just going to move this down a little bit and then say copy. Now this is covering a lot. I'm just going to take it to this other side. Hopefully I will still see it. Okay, I'm no longer seeing it. What I'm now going to do is move it backwards, so it shows towards this back area. Good. Is that it? Yeah, it's showing there. So I'm going to move it back a little bit. Yeah. Cool. Now I'm going to make sure that it is touching the ground. As you can see, it is not touching the ground. So you make sure it is touching the plane where it is supposed to be growing out of. If not, it's just a magic plant that has a magic root, invincible root that nobody can see. So you can scale this down a little bit. Okay. It's always advisable to scale tree down instead of scaling it up. But if you have to, just a little bit, you can scale it up. But try as much as you can to scale down more than you scale up. Okay, so it's because the leaves, the reason is that the leaves might get too big and it will now destroy the realism that you're trying to achieve. Because I believe you're here to learn how to get a more realistic pictures when you render, so that people won't be able to tell the difference between your render and camera, a high-end camera at that. So scale it down some more and then just put it by the side and then rotate it for, you know, variety. Okay. I don't think it's touching the ground, so we'll select both of them and move like this one. Now just do it individually. I'll move this one down into position. So this is what I'm just going to do, you know, do this manually to get the best results. You can see this thing is looking cool. Okay, I might even have one right in the middle of this place, or two if I feel like having two. You can do whatever you want. This is like your universe, so whatever you say is actually. So I am going to bring it down into position. Then I'm going to scale it down. I don't even like it being in that position anymore. I'm just going to get rid of it, take it somewhere else. To the edge. I think it is going to be better there at the edge. Oh, it's even outside the frame, so I'm going to bring it back into the frame like so. Make sure that where it is still touching the ground. Yeah. So yeah, we have done a lot when it comes to this composition, and then as you can see, we have some things happening in front of here now. Okay, let me take this one too and put it right beside here. Okay, to create that vibe. The vibe that different kinds of trees growing together in the front yard, you know. See, there is no rule as to why I'm doing this. I'm just doing what I think is looking okay. So you can do the same too. If you feel like putting a hedge, a line of hedge in front of here, that is what you need to do, go ahead and do it. Okay, this is where the artist in you comes out. So I implore you to be bold and creative and let your creativity shine so bright. Okay, so yeah, I am trying to set it up now. Cool. Just take it closer to that and then rotate it. That's not bad at all. And I can just have one stubborn plant that has refused to die all by itself, right in front of the main road where people are passing. A little bit by the left. Let me just be seeing what I'm doing. Let me keep this here. Okay, a little bit by the left, right there. And I'm going to bring it down. Cool. And the tiny one beside it. So I'm going to scale this down. Yep. So by this side, I want to have this over there as well. Copy it. Then maybe another one just very close to this place. And then rotate it for variety. So I'll move this into this place so that it shows a little bit there. Now this is what we have. Okay. For now, I'm going to leave it like this. If I need to, populate things all over the place again, I'm going to do that. But for now, I'm going to leave it like this. Now, the next thing I want us to do is work on the reflection that is going to be coming out in this glass. So to do that, I'm going to apply the glass material we're going to be using for these windows so that we'll be seeing the reflection that it is seeing. So we can set the trees in such a way that it is going to, look nice on the reflection. You have to work for the reflection too. So I'm going to remove this one side and then let's get into applying just the glass material. We're going to go into applying materials in detail when the time comes. Okay, so I'm going to select all these glass materials and I'm going to isolate them. You isolate by clicking this button or Alt Q in your keyboard. So I'm going to click that button. Oh, I didn't select one. Let me make sure I'm selecting this. So these are all this is just the glass part of this glass that I'm isolating. So I'm just going to select everything. We don't need to do too much. Creating glass is actually very easy. Okay. We can get it from here. Right click and assign to selected object. Okay. Or we can come in here and create it. It's not that hard. Just bring out this physical distance. Click it, come down here, select glass, and you have a glass which you can apply. All right, it's not that difficult. So I'm just going to bring it back and let's try doing interactive rendering again. So we'll see what we're getting. Right, let's not forget that we have this thing active. We have material override active. That's why we are not seeing anything going on in here. So I'm just going to open the render setup and then enable glass, preserve glass material. So this is glass material. So when I do this, the glass now becomes glass right back. Okay, so that is what we are getting. Yeah, the material is not really showing anything that is happening behind. Okay, it's just like trying to show the inside. Now this is where we bring in the curtains into this scene, right? We are going to have curtains in this place. We are going to have curtains in the bedroom, and then we are going to load in some furniture in this place to, for production value. Let me just put it that way. So at this scene, even though we are rendering exterior, you might have to work a little bit on the interior. Okay, there's another glass here that I forgot to, apply material to. So I'm just going to get that real quick. So I'm going to select. I hope I'm not selecting the. Okay, it's just it. Now I'm going to apply to the selected. Okay, so now we have it. Right, so I don't think we should be worrying. The moment we start seeing that we are not having any reflection at the back, we might start worrying about, applying, putting trees, scattering trees behind the camera. But for now, let it just be the one I've scattered, the bushes that are scattered that are behind there. So I personally think this is very big and needs to be smaller. So I'm going to scale it down. Or what will happen even if I remove it? If I removed it, we're going to have something like this. I think it's better I remove it. So I'm going to remove it. Okay. So for now, this is what we are having. It's not bad at all. I'm going to rotate this thing to see if I'm going to get a better view. Okay. For now, I'm just going to leave it like this. And then I'm going to move this in a little bit to cover. There's this opening right here that I'm not quite comfortable with. I'll try to cover it up. Yeah. I think I'll just take it back and duplicate another one and take it back a little bit. And then put it into the ground a little bit as well. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so now we are having, that place covered up very tightly. We might have to do the same thing here, or we can just put a building right behind there. But for now, what I want us to do is bring in our curtains and position them in such a way that it is going to make sense. And then we're going to put lights inside for it to be shining outward, production value. So I'm going to stop this. Now to get cutting into this scene, we can use the Chaos Cosmos for that. This is where you can see the Cosmos browser. So you click on it, it is going to open it up for you. So when that happens, this is what you're going to see. All right, you can see living room. When you click on it, you're going to see seats and all that. I've already downloaded this one, but if you want to download, you can just click on this icon up here. It will start downloading. All right, so let me just load in this one that I've downloaded so we can set it there. But what we came here to look for is curtains. So after loading this one in, let me minimize this thing for now. Okay, so it's in now. As you can see, we have the furniture in there. But for now, let's just keep it out there and leave it there. So I want to search for curtain. I'm going to go ahead and search for it. So I will type in curtain here and then hit enter. So I don't really want anything designery, so I'm just going to use this one there. So I'll just click here for it to bring it into the scene. Okay. So I'm just going to close this for now. Okay, I also need bed. So this is like the Chaos and Cosmos is like a place where you can come and get assets from Corona. Okay, so you can see beds over here. We don't need the best. We don't need, you just have to show that, okay, there's a bed inside, a colorful bed at that. All right, so I'm just going to, let's just use this one. Think this is not bad at all. So I'm going to place this inside the scene. Download it. Okay. And then search for outdoor furniture. But before I search for anything, I just want to load this into the scene first. Okay. Let me just bring it out here so that when I will arrange it, I will just arrange everything together. It's fine. I will show you how to, because you are seeing a box, I will show you how to see the full mesh. Let's get one more thing. Outdoor furniture. I will also download these outdoor seats and table. We're going to keep it up in that front area. I'm just going to download these ones and then that's it. Maybe I also get, let's just leave it for now. Now I'm going to load this one into the scene. I will load all of them into the scene, but I want to be moving it out to this position when I do that. Now the next thing I want to get is kitchen. I want to get this kitchen cabinet, this counter, so I can place it where it is supposed to be in the scene, right? So I'm just going to download this one. I don't know if we can get a more colorful one. Let's just get that one. It's not bad. Okay, we'll get this one. Download it and then load it into the scene. Then the next thing is to get like an armchair that I will put here. That this is not bad. I'll use this just in case we are seeing through the house, you know. Let it still look nice. You see, I'm just getting this. I'm not like giving it a whole lot of thoughts. I'm just getting them for the scene. So I'm just going to find a chandelier that I'm going to put. And see, the truth is that I mustn't even put this light. That's just the truth. But since we're already here, let's just complete what we've started. Right, so I'll just, let me see, I'll get this one. All right, so what I need to keep selected is this. And this, and then this entire stuff that we just downloaded now, and I'm going to isolate them by clicking on this. Now when I do that, I can now come over here and turn on this DWG file that I turned off. Okay, so I want this sofa to be where sofa is supposed to be in the living room, so I'm just going to raise it up and keep it on the finished floor. Right? Okay, as you can see, this is way bigger downward. So we might have to scale it down on these two sides. This is because this is interior, so and we are working, where we are working on is the exterior scene. So we can actually do this, and then once you can see a hint of the furniture in there, it's cool. So here I'm going to rotate this Wait, oh, I hope. Yeah, that's it. Rotate this like so, and then move it into position. Let me see the height of it. It's not that bad, but I still have to scale it though. And I'm going to scale it this way. Okay, so now we have that. The next thing, this now is like a box. We don't really know what it is. If you want to show what is inside there, you can just say full mesh, and that shows you what is in there. Okay, the full mesh shows you what is in there, but we don't need to see what is in there because that might start making the file a little bit heavy. So I'm just going to bring it here because I want it to be on the outside part. Okay, just by this place, and then put the box on the floor. Okay, just like that. The same goes for this and this. I wonder what this is. So you just turn it into full mesh and take a peek at what it is. Okay, this is the bed, and then turn it back to wire bounding board. So this is the other outside seat that we need. So I'm going to move this into position. You see the way I'm using the move tool to get things where I want them to be. So this is a table that should be in the middle. This should be on this other side. So I need to see the side that this seat is facing, which is why I'm going to change it to full mesh and then see it. What I did was I went there and I scrolled my mouse button. Okay, it's supposed to be facing this way. All right, this way. 90. I'm just going to move it up. What is the height of this one? 300. I'm just going to move this one to that same 300. These two, 300. So that gives you that exterior stuff. So I'm going to take it back to, yeah. Okay. This one too, I can change to bounding box. All of them bounding box, so that it is going to be anyone I finish setting, I can set that one to bounding box. Now I got to take a peek at this. That was when I saw that the bed is facing this way, so I can just rotate it and have it be like this. And I'm also going to place that same bed over there. Right, so yeah, that's cool. So this particular one now, I don't know, maybe I'm just gonna put it in here because the seat we have here is more than enough for the space that we have there. So I'm just gonna, let me just delete this back. We don't need it. So this is the cutting that we're going to be using almost all over the place. Not almost all over the place, all over the place. I'm going to raise it up and place it right behind the walls. So I'm going to duplicate this as mesh because I want to really edit this cutting. Okay, so when I duplicate as mesh, it duplicates it as mesh. So I will now select the Corona proxy and delete it, and then we'll start working with the mesh. Now I'm going to put this here. so that I can actually adjust some things. Cool. That's very cool. So we have this curtain is separated in parts. So I'm just going to put it in default shading so I can see, remove these edged faces. I can see the part that is see-through and the part that is colorful. All right, so you can see them. Now I'm going to select this top part. I'm going to delete it. I don't really need that. So these two that are together, I'm going to separate them and then detach them. So these ones are together as well. So for the purpose of what we are doing, I need to scale these things one side so that we can actually still see, probably have a peek into the bedroom, what is going on. So I'll just select this one. Okay, whatever this is, I'm going to get rid of it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. Auto save is in progress. So I'm just going to select all those things like this and delete them. I don't need them. I just want to be seeing cutting from outside and a peek of what's going on the inside. That's all. So I'm just going to center this to the object and then apply FFD modifier 4x4x4 to it. You can see if you don't have it set here, you can just come here and type FFD as fast as you can, and then you can select it from there. All right. So I'm just going to shift it aside a little bit with this. So to be able to do that, I'll have to drop this thing down. Let me turn on this so I can be seeing the opening. Turn on, drop it down, then select control panel. So now I can move it around. It's like scale, but then you can scale, or you can see the way I'm scaling. I'm scaling this part that is colorful to be more on one side, and then the white part to be more. So I will now position it the way I want it to be positioned. So I will need to be seen, so something like this. Also making sure that, okay, you can see now. Now with that same FFD modifier, I can drag it up to where I want it to be, and down too. Okay, so that's the beauty of that. Okay, so here too, I am just going to apply FFD. Wait, hold on a minute. FFD, but let me just delete. Let me align the pivot to the middle and then apply this FFD modifier to it. So we can have something like this. Okay. So I need to see where the opening is. Right. So I can now position it this way, or I can even mirror this thing. You mirror using this tool. You can see the mirror tool up here. I can mirror it, no clone, so it just mirrors it for me. All right, and then position it more to this side. Select the control and then shift it out a little bit. All right. So I'm going to increase the height a little bit. Just a little bit. Now I'm going to duplicate this over to this side and say copy. Okay. Now I might have to spread this in even, spread the curtain some more, because I covered it a lot because the window there was smaller, but now we have a way bigger window. So we might have to do that. So I am going to now move it aside. Okay, to this place. Now I'm going to like mirror this thing again, but now I want to mirror it with a copy, so I can just duplicate it like that. And then take this one down here so that the cutting will be showing just a little bit. And then I will now close it. So for this, there's a light I brought. For this light over here, it's supposed to even be at the ceiling. I'm just going to keep it like this. Select the ceiling. And then position it. Okay, I've already placed it in the roof where it is supposed to be. Now it's looking very tiny. I can decide to scale it up a little bit, just like that. And then move it, or just leave it there. I don't really have to move it, leave it there. If it is shining light, let it be shining light, and then it will be seen. Okay. So that is the minor interior works that we need to do. I've done them. You can see the seats that are supposed to be there. They are also there as well. Now let's do interactive render so that we see what we are getting. Sorry, here. Okay, when you look here, you're going to see the seats that I placed. They're looking nice. You can see the kitchen counter in there. You can also see the bedrooms. So now we need to put a little bit of light in that inside place so that we can be able to appreciate what we have going on in there. Just not too bright light, you know, just a little bit of light to light up the space and then make it nice. So I'm going to use Corona lights. Okay, I'm not going to use fair. I'm going to use a rectangle light. I want it to be shining downwards. So I'll place it here. And then I'll raise it up. Cool. And that's really nice. Now I think the bed is inside the ground. I think the bed is inside the ground and it's not supposed to be. Hold on a minute. You can see it's inside the ground. So we just have to raise it up to the right place that it's supposed to be. So raise it up to like 300. Cool. This one too, I'm going to raise this up to 300. Right, so that's it. Now I'm going to select the light right back and then move it up to here. Good. Now that's good and fine, but I don't want this thing to be showing. I don't want the lights to be showing. So I'll just come here, turn everything off. And I want that light to be a colored light. So I'll make it 3.6 right here. So it's going to be a warm light. So 3.6 is looking very, very warm. I don't want it to be this warm. So I'm going to reduce it a little bit to say 4.2. Let's see how that is. Cool. Yeah, I like that. So I'm going to take this same light and I'll put it in the other room too. And the next room I'm going to put the light in is in the living room. All right. So I'm going to, hold on a minute. Okay, it's not an instance. So I'm going to make it wider so that the light gets around in the living room just like I want it to. All right. Cool. Let me make it big so that we can appreciate it very well. Now, when we start working with material and we, activate, let all the materials show, we might still have to make an adjustment to this, right? We might still have to make an adjustment to this, but for now, let's leave it like this, right? So what is the next thing we're going to do? The next thing we're going to do is start working with materials, okay? I am going to start working with materials, and to do that, I have to go and turn off the material override. Okay, I'm going to turn it off by opening the render setup and then clicking on this check button that turns everything off. And now we are going to see our greeneries, the green colors and everything that has to do with it. Now we have to desaturate a lot of things. First of all, I don't like the way some things are looking, so we have to desaturate it. Okay. All right. So for this, I'm going to make this like 0.2 so that we don't have the trees getting so much dark, like too dark for what we want to do. So for this, I'm going to turn on this sharpen and blur, put it at 3, so it sharpens the image a little bit. Okay, so the next thing, add a little bit of magenta tint, just like this. Okay. We're going to leave it like this for now. Let's work on the shaders on the building. Then in fact, before we do anything, let's work on the shaders for the road, the walkway, the curves, and then the greeneries. Then we can do the shaders for the building. Then we can now start adding our maps and textures to it to make it look more realistic. So I'm just going to bring this thing down. Okay, bring it down here so we can start work. So like this now, I'm going to put it in default shading, select the road. Okay, maybe it doesn't really matter. I'm going to use this one, I hope. Okay, apply it here. It's really difficult for me to be using one screen, but I'm going to use it because I need it to be seeing what I'm doing. So I'm going to shift this thing one side and I'm going to change it to something dark because the road is going to be dark like that, but not so dark, grayish. So I'm going to add a reflection to this. For this particular one, I'm going to make it like 0.5 and then reduce the reflection here a little bit, bring it here. For this particular walkway that we have here, I don't really want us to waste our time in it, so I'm going to open it and open the default material. We're going to be using concrete. Okay, We're going to be using this concrete on neat, so I'm going to just apply this one there on both of them. Then I'm going to close it. And when I do that, you're going to see the concrete color showing. But I can apply UVW map to it. That way, the map will start showing what they're supposed to be showing. So I'll just come over here, click on UVW map, put it in box, and then put it in real world size. So it is now showing me the concrete the way it should be showing me the concrete. Right. So here I'm going to use another nature material inside the materials that comes with Corona. Okay. Right click, you see assign to selected objects. So you click on it, but you have to make sure that you're selecting the object you want to assign it to. Okay. So when I do that, I can now come over here and add UVW map, and then all right. So what we're having there is the shadow of, this tree that is there. It is casting some shadow on the plants that are over there. All right. So okay, it's all part of it. So I'm going to leave it like that for now, because we are still going to apply, bring in our grass materials and apply it there. Okay, now we have applied the shader for here, shader for there, and the ones for the curves, we are going to apply it as well on the curves. So I'm going to stop this, going to select and open this group. You know what? I'm just going to close it right back. This same shader, I'm going to apply it there on both of them. Now for the building, this building is going to have like it's going to have three colors, three shades of color. It's going to have dark gray on this inside part. It's going to have white on the envelope, and it's going to have a lighter gray on this toilet wall area. Then also these fins are going to be wooden colors, which are like walnut dark, brown wooden colors. Then I might have to put a black coping on this roof just to create that, vibe that we all like. So let me go ahead and separate this thing in such a way that I can be able to do what I need to do. So I'm just going to turn off this for now. Select the polygon, come over here, and I'm going to clear all. When I do that, all those artifacts that we were seeing before will be gone. Okay, so I will now come over here. This is where I want you to have a lighter gray material. I'm going to do this in such a way that I'm going to use one material to apply different materials on all these faces. So I'm going to use what is called So I'm going to use multi or sub-object materials for this. But before you can use this, you have to be able to tag the areas where you want this thing to be. And I'm going to explain this thing using a box. Now, when I create a box, okay, and I select this box and I turn it to Editable Poly, Okay, now when you look at this box, when I convert it to editable poly and I use the polygon mode to select the faces, and you're looking at the material ID, you find out that the first one is in ID 1. This one is in ID 5. So when I apply materials to this using this ID, it is going to apply different materials to these faces. And I'm going to show you right now. This is that multi-sub-object material map that I'm using. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it here. Then I'm going to get Corona legacy materials. Okay, this is just for illustrative purposes. I'm going to duplicate it into multiple places. So if I should I'll select this one and change the color to something, let's say green. And I select this one and change the color to red. All right, and I apply it to this box. It is going to apply those different colors to those. You can see cyan here, you can see green here, you can see blue, you can see red underneath. So that is the same principle I want to use for this particular building. Okay, I want to tag all these things the way I want, and I will show you how you can tag the faces where you want the colors to be. All right, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to delete it. So let's go ahead. I'm going to select this and I will put it in polygon mode. Everything is in 1 right now. You can see everything selected and in 1. So I'll just change it into selection, and then I will pick the part where I want the colors to be different, which is this place. This place, this place, this. Okay, and this. All right. And also this place, this place. Now, I will select this place and make it 3. Okay. Now, this has been set to 3. So if I should come over here and select this thing, in fact, I'll come over here and say select ID 3. Select ID 3, it is going to select those places that I just made 3. Okay, we're going to do it again so that you understand it very well now. I will select this place, these are the places I want it to have a slightly darker shade. This inside places. Okay, and I will also select this part as well. Here as well, I'm going to select. But it is not only this place, I also want here. Hold Alt to deselect when you mistakenly select what you don't want to select. And then here as well is going to be darker. Same goes for here. So that's the area we are going to paint a dark gray color. Okay, so this is what you do when you are doing the models. But now we did models here, so we have to quickly do this so that we can get to applying materials with ease. Now, because when I do this now, I don't really have to detach it. I'll just put it there and just set my colors to be whatever I want it to be. So it is doing autosave now. I'm going to let it save. All right, so we'll select the top part of this as well, and here as well. Oh, okay, sorry. The top part. So as far as I'm concerned, okay, I will also have to select here as well. This place is supposed to be darker as well. Yeah. That's it. So I'll come over here in set ID and set it to 2. So if I should deselect everything and say select to, select ID, and I put inside there and click on it, it's going to select all those ones I tagged as 2 as the ID that I want to see. Now I'm going to add this. I'm going to add this. Wait, hold on a minute. Add this to that 2. So now when I select this, it is part of what is being selected. And that was very good. Okay, every other thing that's remaining is going to be white, which is 1. So I am going to, because now we have 3 colors, which is the white, the dark gray, and the light gray. And with that, we are going to move forward. So I'm going to bring my material editor to this side. All right, so because we have 3 materials, let me just come out of there. It doesn't even matter if I leave these other ones still attached, but I'm going to remove them, so that we'll be clear on that. So I will just come in here and set the number to 3 and then hit OK. That will delete the other ones that are not needed. So I will select this and I will apply this material to it. Yeah, to it. Okay, you can see the green is the white, here is the dark gray. In fact, let me add more to this, because now that I'm done, I can still add more if I want to. So I'll just select here, and then make it, wait, what is it? I think it's red. That means it's 2. And still make it to be 2. Sorry. This is where you set the ID to be 2 here, and then hit enter. And you can see that has changed it to be red. That is the part where we're going to apply a dark gray material to. Now to do this, one of the easiest way you can create a warm material is just to color, like here now. This is supposed to be white. So I'm going to remove all these colorings. Okay, saturate it, reduce it, because you don't want the white to be overexposed. Okay, you don't want the white to be overexposed. What we have here can go as white anytime, any day, and it is a little bit of gray. You get? It's a little bit of gray. So I am going to take it close to it. I'm going to make it 180 or 190, for good measure. So I'm going to minimize this for now. This is where we want it to be, dark gray. So here I'm going to make this, add 1 here. That's the reflection. And here I'm going to make this to be 0.6 or 0.5. Okay. So here, the same thing. I'm going to make here 1, here 0.6. And then this is the dark gray. So I'm going to desaturate everything. Take it to this place. Just like that. This is the light one. So I'm going to desaturate everything. Bring it somewhere close to the middle, like so. Make here 1.6. And I'm going to reduce the reflection a little bit. The same goes for this one. Reduce the reflection a little bit. But I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Right. So with this now, I'll close this, bring back every other thing. And I'm going to save, of course. Been a while since I saved. Then I'm going to do interactive rendering and see what we have. So on the inside part, we can choose, actually this gray, that gray is a little bit too dark. So I want to tone it down a little bit. Okay. Want to bring it out. Make it a little bit brighter. Then this one, make this one way brighter, like so. Like that. Okay. Cool. Then we need to have a distinction between the white and the gray. So I'm going to raise this one a little bit more. And there you have it. It is white now. And I'll say okay to that. Okay, so these mullions, I want the mullions to be metallic, like black aluminum metal. So I'm going to select the mullion and I'm going to apply the said material to them. Like this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Okay, let's not forget this one. And then we also have this one. So I'm just going to create something reflective for it real quick. So there you go. We have them right where we want them. Cool. All right, so the building apron around the building, we are going to select it and we're going to apply a material to it. And the material we're going to apply to it is a concrete material. So I'm going to come over here to this concrete material. This concrete material here are very good, so feel free to use them as much as you want. And I'm going to find the one that is good for exterior. Let me see this. Okay, this is not bad at all. So I'm going to use this. And then I'm going to apply UVW map on it. Put it in box. And then apply the world map size. Now I want it to be a bit darker and it's giving me... Hold on a minute. I'm not even sure that I'm seeing it, but you can see there, that's the concrete material on that place. Right. So I'm going to select all these ones and I'm going to apply, let me turn this in up. Apply concrete materials on all of them, a different concrete material on all of them. So I will bring out this material right back. I will use this one that has weathered and I'll apply it. Oh, hold on a minute. No, I'm going to use this one and assign it. Okay, we are going to, very soon we are going to be creating materials from the scratch. I'm just trying to show you that you don't really have to create all the material from the scratch. You can actually use the materials that are made available to you by Chaos in their Corona render engine so that you can, you know, save time. Because these materials, they are good actually. So I'll just copy this and paste. You know, you can copy these modifiers and paste them where you want them to be, and they'll give you the same result. Right. So that's that for that. So now it is time for us to start creating or adding details to our material. But before we do that, let me select this. Select similar. Okay. Let me stop this for now. Deselect this part, deselect that part, and also deselect this part. I think that's the only thing selected. So I can now go here and get walnut wood material. Sorry, wood. Walnut. Okay, get this one, semi-gloss, and apply it there. Then close it, minimize this, and isolate it. So now I'm going to paste this all over the place. I don't like the way it is oriented. I want it to be vertical. So I'm going to select the gizmo and I'm going to rotate it through there. Why is it not rotating? So I'm going to select these things and I'm going to delete it. Okay, and I'm going to apply my own UVW map to it. And I'm going to select the gizmo, right? Exactly. So now I'm able to rotate it the way I want, right? You can see we are having the wood textures, you know, the grain being vertical now. So I am going to use this one. If there's any other one I've added, I'm going to delete them. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it all over the place. Right, but this is going to create a pattern that I may not like, you know, when the time comes. So what I might have to do is select this thing and, you know, change things up, move things around a little bit so that I break up those patterns. You understand? So this is, I know it is tedious, it is time wasting, but that is what, you know, that is what I do when I want to break up these patterns. Just select them at random and move them around. All these things, from the distance from which we are looking at these things from, they may not even be like noticeable like that, okay? But like this one down here, I don't even need to put UVW map on it because they are far from the camera. But if you're going to be close to the camera, this is how you use UVW map to make some changes, you know, to get the right map size, you know, map the materials very well so that it will be showing the wood veins as it should, you know, so that at the end of the day you have something that looks very realistic. Right. So the next thing I want to do is I want to select this top part. I want to add what is it called, a coping to the top part of this, you know, building, and I'm going to do that using a line. Okay, it is actually very simple. Turn on your and click and hold. I'm going to switch to 3D snap toggle, and I'm going to click here and there as well, and here and here. So as far as I'm concerned, that's the end. So I'm going to come over here and enable rendering in viewport and in render. So I'm going to change it to rectangle, and I'm going to change this thing to, let me see where it is expanding to. So yeah, this is going to be 75 mm. That is too thick. 25 mm, 15 mm. Let me see. $25 mm is okay. And then this is going to be 250. Okay, when I do that, I'll go back. Just make sure you're in move 2, and I'm going to use these vertices, and I'm going to move things around. So I'll hit F3 on my keyboard to show the wireframe mode, and then move things into position where they're supposed to be. All right. The same goes for this side as well. All right, so I am going to raise this up to where they're supposed to be. Sorry. All right. So I'm going to apply this to it as well. Okay, let me see how it is going to look. But before then, always endeavor to see that you save. All right, so I'm going to bring out the frame buffer, and then I'm going to start interactive rendering. Oh, I thought I added the material to it right now. Let me select it again. What's going on? All right, so you can see the coping up there looking nice actually. Now I want to apply the materials. I want the grass to be one of the last things I'm going to load because it will come in heavily. So I want it to be one of the last things I'm going to load into this scene so it doesn't cause problem for me in the process of making this video. So I'm just going to stop this, and then I'm going to start creating the materials for these Kerbs and then this. So I'm going to create the Kerb material first. I'm going to open this, trying to find the one that I used. Make sure you select it, and then you go, okay, that's the Kerb material. So I'm going to use this. When you downloaded the Kerbs, it came with some maps, okay, our texture or pictures. Those maps are what we are going to be using now for this. We have our ambient occlusion map. Let me just bring it out here. This is the AO map. We're going to bring it in. And then this is the base color. We're going to also bring it in. All right. We have the bump, which we are going to bring in. We have the additional bump map. Okay. We also have the displacement. We have the gloss. All right. Good. Then we have the reflection. That's all. The other ones there, you don't need, even this one I'm putting, all these things I'm putting is just an overkill. You don't really need to put all this, right? So this is the displacement. I'm going to plug it to the displacement. And then this is the bump and additional maps. If I hold on a minute, if I'm using bump, I don't need an additional map. I only need additional map when I'm using the normal map, right? So I'm just going to delete this off for now. So for the gloss, you can see the base gloss. I'm going to plug this over there. Okay, cool. Then for this is the base color. This is the roughness. Let me just keep this on one side. I'm going to delete this. We're going to be using only gloss. Then I'm now going to come over here, go over to maps. You see Corona. Let me close this. Corona. Then you see Corona AO. Bring it out. Unoccluded color is the base color. And then the occluded color is this one. Let me remove this edge face. This is what is going to, that is what this ambience occlusion map is what is going to use in the crevice where you have like insides. So it's already done correctly so that it is going to make those places look darker while still showing this map. All right, so I am going to just leave it like this for now. Let me just come over here and increase the bump. I think the bump is still left at default. I want the bump to come up a little bit. I want to like leave it at 3. All right, cool. So I am going to do something here. I'm going to do pan zoom so I can come close to this curve so I can see what is really going on with it. Right, so I am going to now start interactive rendering. When I do this interactive rendering, it's going to bring the curves closer to the camera because of this 2D pan zoom that I just did. Because I need to like understand this so we can make more modifications to it if we need to make such modifications. Now, right now, I am not even seeing anything as regards to the curve. Let me see if this material, the material is applied to it. Right. So I'm just going to make this like 20. Let's see what happens. In fact, let me take this thing and plug. Oh, I did not plug anything to this place. That's why. So when I plug it now, let's see. Okay, it has shown up now. Okay, let me take this back to 100. All right, as you can see, the curves are beginning to take form. All right, so yeah. Maybe I am going to apply color correction to it and invert it. Cool. Now when I do that, that looks so nice. As you can see, it looked very. So if I should come over here now and make the distance and increase the distance to like say 100. You can see the darkness and everything that comes with it. Okay. Right. But I'm going to reduce it a little bit. I'm going to make it like 80. I think that's okay now. 80. Cool. So yeah, I am going to, did I apply? No UVW map is required on it, so it just sits in there and it sits perfectly and nicely. So I'm just going to close this group right back. They are okay now. Let me reset this to the road so I can appreciate the road now when I start working on it. Right. Okay, I'm just going to stop for now. Let me bring in all the maps that I need for the road. The road is, of course, the road is selected, and then this is it. This is what I need for the road. So I'm going to put the link for this road that I'm about to use now. Is I also got it from a Megascan. Very nice map, and we're going to use it now. Look at it. Almost the same setup as this other one. So I think what I'm going to do is, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the same method I use here for this same thing. All right, so where do I start from? You can see the base color. You bring in the base color first. You can see the AO map. You bring it in. That's standard. Okay. You can see the displacement that comes in as well. The gloss comes into. Where's the bump? There's no, okay, that's the bump over there. I'll bring in the bump, which is this one. Right. So I am going to just come over here and copy these things that we have over here. Just select this, select that, duplicate this, duplicate that. I'm just trying to save time here. So I'm going to take these two things and I'm going to bring it over here. Now I'm going to pass this through this place. It's already inverted. And then I'm going to pass it in the occluded color. And then the base color I'm going to pass in the unoccluded color. I hope that's the base color. I'm going to make it, let me make this big. That's the base color. And then I'm going to pass this one through the diffuse. Now this is the gloss, and this I'm going to pass this through this place. For this one, this is the bump. Okay, this is the displacement. I'm going to pass this through here. This particular one is the bump. I'm going to pass it to the bump. Oh, I'm actually using Corona Legacy material here, which is still not bad. Okay, that means I am going to be able to bring in one more map, which is the specular. And I'm going to pass this through here. All right. So for now, let's leave it at this for now, and then let's start interactive render so we can see what we've got. All right. So I'm just going to click here, and then interactive rendering will start. Let's see what we are having. Okay, so here we need to add a UVW map to map it correctly, because it is not, currently it is not mapped correctly. So I'm going to put it this way, and then I'm going to apply UVW map. Now, I'm not seeing anything because I've not told it what to use. So I'm going to select this and then click this. So when I do that, you're going to see what, you know, how the map is showing. Now I'm going to, okay, real world is not going to work either. So I am going to just leave it at, because this is a plane that I'm using. So I'm going to reduce. All right. Still very big, so I'll keep reducing. So is I'm currently at 9,000. I'm going to make it like 1.5 and see how that is going to be. This one too, 1.5. All right, that is not bad at all. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to increase the bump. I'm going to make the bump like say 5. And then the displacement, I'm going to add it a little bit. I'm going to make it like 5. And then the minimum displacement, I'm going to make it like -5. Let's see where that gets us. All right, so that's the road right there. So I'm going to zoom out. Okay. Going to zoom out. And I'm going to remove the pan zoom so we can see what we are having at the moment. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, I think it's better this way. All right. So yeah, I am going to leave it this way. Going going to increase the brightness a little bit because it's becoming too dark for my liking. Right, so increase it even further. Okay. Add a bit of contrast. Now I want to make this walkway a bit darker because it is very, very bright. So I'm going to make it darker to tone it down. So I am going to, let me keep this thing one side for now. I'm going to select it. I'll show you how to do that. And then I'm going to pick the material from it. And then when the material comes in here, you can see we already have a color correction there. So in the exposure, let me make this big. In the exposure, just double click on the color correction. And then just make it like -5. That's going to make it very dark. We don't want it to be this dark, so I'm going to make it like -2. So now this is what we're having. Okay, not bad at all. Now for the interior flooring, I'm not going to leave it as white. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to apply a wooden flooring material to it. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to use, which one am I going to use now? I'm going to use this one, assign it to it. And then apply UVW map to it. Okay, and then put it in box. Real world map size. That is going to add some effect there. You're going to be reflecting the color up there on the roof. Okay, so we are almost at the end of this video, as you can see. But then last thing that we need to do is add greenery on this area. So let's go ahead and do that. Now you can see that there is a reflection back there, and then this light in here is actually very, very bright. So I'm going to tone it down a little bit. Okay, I'm going to tone it down and we're going to add, when I see enough reflection, we're going to add like, let's say, bunch of trees behind this camera so that it will show up on the reflection. If not like that, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. So this light is 50, I'm going to make it 30. Okay, that's still very bright. I'm going to make it 20 because this is day, and during the day the light is supposed to be a little bit toned down because we have daylight, you know, we have daylight flooding into the space. Okay, so I'm going to make this one 22. All right, that's not bad at all. I'm also going to make this one 20 as well. Cool. So I'm going to stop this and I'm going to do another interactive rendering. Okay, so from what I can see here, I think it would be best if I took this in and then jammed it into this road, the walkway. I take the curb and jam into the walkway because the gap in between, I don't like seeing this. I don't like this. So I'll select this. First of all, let me bring the pivots to the middle. Then I'll move it down a little bit. So that way the curb is a little bit higher than the road, which is the way it is supposed to be, in my opinion, if you ask me. All right, cool. So if I should turn this on, okay, that's not bad at all, but I'm going to leave it off for now. Okay, I'm going to close this and I'm going to bring in the grass material that we're going to use. That's the grass model that we're going to use. So I'm going to open that version 20 of this. Let me open the PDF so that we'll browse the graphs that we're going to use. So this one here is not bad at all. This is Cynodon Dectilon, and then we're going to add this for good measure. Okay, all of them, we're going to bring all of them together, and then we're going to get something really nice. So let me just open the geometry and then find this thing. So I'm just going to bring it in. Look at it here. So that's the first one. So I'll just drag it into this place. All right, that's it. So I'll bring in the remaining ones. So yeah, I think this is okay for us to do what we want to do, which is to cover this area. So I'm going to get the chaos scatter and then place it here. Then in the distribute on objects, I'm just going to use this one, and then the objects I'm going to distribute on the object, I will just use this one and pass it all over the place across the board. Right, so we have 1,000 of it spread all over the place. Okay, there are places I don't want this thing to grow. I don't want it to grow here that we're having this thing, and I don't want it to grow in the building. So we're going to isolate them right now, and I'm going to be showing you how you can do that. So I'm going to use the rectangle tool. Okay, and I'm going to draw a rectangle like this. Don't worry about it. I'm going to just turn off this rendering. That's why that thing is showing that way. Turn it off and then select this, isolate both of them. Now I'm going to turn this into editable spline. Okay, and I'm going to move it into position. Okay, so yeah, so this one is here already. So I'm going to have it still being selected. I'm going to bring back everything. And I'm going to isolate it with this. So when I select this, I'm going to come in here and say, and go over to the areas rollout, and I'm going to click on Spline Exclude and select this one. You see, it has removed everything that is supposed to appear inside this spline. It took them all away. So I'm going to do that same thing, that same method. That's what I'm going to use for the areas where we're supposed to have these what is it called again? This walkway on. So I'm just going to select them, select everything, isolate, and then draw the rectangles like we did before. You don't need to get it right the first time. Okay, we just have to make it an editable spline and then use the snap toggle tool. And this thing I'm doing, it doesn't really have to be on the same level as your grass or anything. Just place it directly on top of where you want the grass not to grow, and then you use this to exclude it. Now, I don't know the extent to which this grass is growing. I've not done an interactive render to see what is actually going on, but by the time I do, I want it to only be growing where I need it to be growing at. You get? So that's why I'm going through this before I even see what's going on. So I'm going to make this a lot, then delete the ones I don't need. Okay, I don't need these two that are in front of here, so they go. Now, I'm going to select this now, and I'm going to change this to shapes. Then I'm going to open this. That is the modify tab to modify the settings of this. And I'm going to add this. As I'm adding them, you are noticing that the grasses that are supposed to grow in there are disappearing, as they should. So there's nothing left there to add. So I'm just going to come out of here, out of there, and then we're going to see. Now we don't really need all these things that are growing behind here, as you can see. So I'm just going to add a spline there and then get rid of all those ones as well. Okay, so I'm going to draw a line from this back side and then the back of this building. So with this now, I'm going to get rid of the ones growing behind there. So I'll select this, come in here, and click this. So those ones are gone. Right, so now it is time for me to like do interactive render and see what's going on. And also I'm going to add some trees behind here for good measure of reflection purposes and all that. And maybe after that we're going to call it a day if there's anything else. Okay, I would, like I said, I'm going to block that stuff that is going on there. Okay, and the easiest way I can think of doing that right now is just to use this. Just to use this and just keep it there. Can even move it back to this extent. And there you have it. All right, so let's see what we are having. But before, let me just save. All right, so here we go. I think I'm gonna have to zoom into this place. Things that's pan zoom mode. So we'll get to see this area, what is going on there. So I'm going to start interactive rendering. They are there. As you can see, they are there, but they are not nearly enough. So it is time for me to choke it up so that it will, show up in the renders that we're doing. So let me just keep this here. Surface scattering. What we're having there is 1000. I'm just going to add 2 more zeros to make it 100,000 and see what happens when I do that. Now, when I do that, you notice that the grass now starts coming out. Okay, that's not bad at all. Let me just go out a little bit and then see what we are going to get with that. Right. Okay, we need more of this, but let me see how it's looking over here that we are having this thing. Right, it's not looking bad at all. Okay, so I'm going to make it, instead of having it at 100,000, I think I'm going to make it to be a little bit more, but let me just see everything uniformly together. So that will now help me make my decision. I'm going to increase it a bit more. Okay, I'm going to make it 300,000 as opposed to the 100,000 that was there before. Cool. Now that's the greenery I'm talking about. All right. So the only thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to add some trees in the background behind in the background, and also add a fence here. And then we are going to render this thing out finally. And I'm going to show you how to set up your render to do that. So I am going to use a plane for this. Let me just draw a new one. Go to standard primitive and then plane. Going to use this one just like that. Okay. And then I don't really need to have segments, so I'm going to remove the segments and then make it a little bit bigger, just like that. Okay. I can choose to convert it to editable poly, so I don't. Right. Here as well. Cool. So I am going to create a new chaos scatter, and I'm going to go over to the modify. I'm going to select the surface I want to scatter the trees on, and I'm going to select the trees I want to scatter, and that's this tree. I want to scatter this tree. I want to scatter this one, that one, this one, and now it's plenty, so I will reduce it to 200 trees. Okay, let's see how it shows up. If I don't like the way it shows up, I might just remove it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another interactive rendering and see how that shows up in the scene. Right. So I'm going to select it. Not bad at all. I don't even need to put the stuff behind there. Now, because those trees are in the background, let me select it again. I want to just increase, like, make a little bit of an adjustment to the scale. So I'm just going to, this is the surface scattering, transformations. Then in the scale, I just want to increase this into like 120 a little bit so that it should be a bit bigger. Some of them will be a bit bigger. Okay, in that background. All right, giving us that forest vibe in that background area. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but right in front of here. But before I do that, because these trees are in the background, I want to differentiate between it and the elements that we have in the foreground, and I'm going to do that using fog. All right, how do we create fog? I'm going to start with a box, okay? And I'm going to draw it here, and I'm going to raise it up. I'm going to make it not to be so tall, just a little bit taller than the trees, like this. You can see the box I'm creating in here. Now I'm going to open my material editor. Okay, let me bring it over here. It has been on this side since. So I'm going to go over to material, and I'm going to open Corona. You're going to see Corona volume material. I'm going to apply this to it. Okay. Going to apply this to it. When I do that, I'll just come over here. Let me just put 50 so that we'll understand what's going on. See, when I put 50, the thing turns dark in the background. Okay. Now I need to copy this material, this color over here, the scattering color. Okay. Now it is like that. So I have to increase this distance. 50 is too short. I want to make it like, say, 500,000. That is going to create that kind of foggy effect for the trees that are in that background. Let me try 200,000 and see what that will give us. You can see the trees that are in those areas are a little bit, you know, whitish and shaded. Like when you see them, you know that, okay, these trees are actually farther than the ones up close here. All right, so I'm just going to tint the color a little bit. Okay, yeah. I'm going to tint the color a little bit, not so much, just a little to the bluish side. And I'm going to also select, first of all, let me do something to this so it doesn't interfere when I want to select the things that it is covering. So I'm going to change the object properties. I'm going to change it to display as box. So when I do that, it basically disappears. Now this, I want to increase it some more. Okay, I know I made it to 120, but I want to make it 150. So that we'll have trees that are way taller, but then are, you know, covered a little bit by fog in the background. Okay, as you can see. Let me stop this and start a new one so it will get big. All right, so I think 150 might be a bit much, so I'm going to make it like 130. Okay, so reduce the height a little bit. All right, and I'm going to take this thing back some more. Just take it back some more. And when I do that, they disappear from this view. So I'm just going to bring it back to where it was before. Yeah. Now I'm going to select this. Let me remove this so we can be seeing one thing. I'm going to select this and I'm going to move it to this back. And then leave it there as a copy. And I'm going to select this. Right? And I'm going to press Ctrl V and then clone it as a copy. That's duplicate it as a copy. Right. And I'm going to do just one thing. And that thing is, I'm going to select this and remove it. Then add this one. So there you have it. And then I'm going to reduce the quantity of the one that is behind here. Surface scattering, I'm going to make it like, say, 50. And that is okay. I can see the trees showing up in these glasses, just like we want it to show up. Right, so let me see. I feel like this is actually very warm. I'm going to tone it down a little bit. I'm going to change it to 7,000. And that is okay. I'm going to stop this. And I'm going to do a new interactive rendering. The reason why we put those trees behind us is just to have this, you know, this tree environment reflect on the glass and make it, you know, really feel like where this building is located, we really have a lot of trees around. All right. If you are doing a building in the woods and all that, the only thing is you're going to switch out this paved area for forest part, footpath. There's a video I've done, the last exterior full course I did on this channel, I actually created a forest footpath, you know, where people can access the building from. Right, so now we are done with everything. We are going to now go ahead and render. Let me just, you know. We are going to go ahead and render. I'm not going to use this auto adjustment stuff. I'm going to leave it out. Okay. We're now going to go ahead and do our final render, and then I'm going to show you how to save this file out so you can start making, you know, awesome pictures. All right. So I'm going to stop this. Right. So I'm going to come in here. There are some settings we need to do before we do our final renders. One of those settings is come here over to the common tab, and we're going to increase this thing. You can increase it as much as you want, but for the purpose of what we are doing, I'm going to increase mine to 3000. When you increase it, it increases the height, increase the width, and it will increase the height. That's because this is already a preset that is put in place by Corona. Okay, it is locked. So once you adjust one, it is going to adjust the other one. So for the scene, come over here. The only thing I want us to do here is to select our denoiser. For that, I'm going to put in Corona high quality. So after that, that's pretty much it. There's nothing else you really need to do in that place. So I'm going to save this file now. When I do that, now we can go ahead and render. So I'm going to bring out this, and then I'm going to click on this render button here and wait for it to render. So when this rendering is done, I'm going to show you how to save out, your file, so we can do post-production or whatever it is that we want to do to it. See you when this render is done. All right, so the render, as you can see, it has gotten to a point where it is now sharpened up and crisp enough. To be honest with you, after I started the render the previous time, I had to stop it to increase. You can see this is the new aspect ratio. To increase the aspect ratio, so I can get something that is very, very crisp, so that when I zoom in, I can still have enough detail to go around. You can see the trees that are in the fog. You can see them showing that they are at a distance away from these ones that are up close, that are not in the fog. All right, so now the next thing for us to do is to stop this. Remember, before we started rendering this scene, I actually did some settings. One of those settings is to set the aspect ratio, and the other one is to set up the denoiser. Now, the denoiser is active, but it has not yet done its work. Okay, if you want the denoiser to kick in, all you have to do is click here once. Just click on the stop button once. If you want to stop it from here, click on stop, not cancel. If you cancel it, it is going to stop both the render and the denoiser from working. But if you click on stop, it is going to stop the render and the denoiser will activate, and then it will start denoising the scene. So that's what I'm going to do. Is either you click it here or you click it here. If you want to cancel it, you can still click here and cancel it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is click on stop. Now when I do that, it is going to stop the render, and then the denoiser is going to be activated. All right, so this is a 5322 by 3000 pixels. That's what we have here. So you can see, you can zoom in as much as you want, and you're still going to have decent amount of detail going on in this scene. It needed not make yours this big, but I just felt like I can handle it, so that's what I'm doing. Let's see, has it finished? Okay, it is about to, it's cleaning up now. Now it's done. Cool, it's done. Right, you can see everywhere is so smooth and clean. You can see the leaves, the trees, everything is just very nice. Right, so I'm going to show you how you can save out this file. So if you want to save out, you see this save icon here. That's the save button. Right, so what I'm going to do now is click on it once. When I click on it, it is going to bring out this dialog box. Now I'm going to now decide where I want to save it at. I'm going to call this Exterior Masterclass. Right, then you now select the format of the image you want to save. You can select anyone you want, but the one I normally save out to is PNG. So I'm going to select PNG. All right, so with the new update, you have all these things available to you. You don't even have to do much. All you have to do is click on this color conversion. Just click it, leave everything the way they are. sRGB, everything, just leave it the way it is. Okay, and then this also, leave it the way it is. And then click on save. If yours is, if Alpha channel is checked on, please uncheck it, and then leave it on interlace. So I'm going to say okay, and it is going to save this image for us. Now there's something I want you to notice. You see the way this image is very crisp. Here you can see the tree very crisp and everything. The grass, you can see it from afar. Everything is shining. When I open this now, you find out that it is not that crisp. It is crisp. When you zoom in, you're going to see something, but from afar off, it is not looking sharp. So I'm going to show you how you can do post-production in this, to this, and then get the sharpness back into it, right? So let's go. I'm going to open Photoshop and we'll take it from there. Now I've opened Photoshop and I've loaded this into this Photoshop, okay? So all I want to do here, as you can see, I still like the color. The color is not bad. I just want to sharpen it, right? So how do we sharpen it? We sharpen it using, let me first of all turn this thing to smart objects so that whatever we do to it, we can easily go back and make some changes if we think we are doing too much. Now I'm going to open sharpen and I'm going to go to unsharp mask and I'm going to apply it to it. Now I'm going to turn this thing off. You can see the preview. I'm going to turn it. I want you to focus your attention on this tree. You are going to see the difference. So when I turn it off, you see the way it is. I turn it on, it is now a little bit crispier. Just know that you don't have to do too much. Just a little bit is okay, so that when the image is out there, it is going to be appreciated from afar. People won't have to be zooming in and in and in and in just so they can appreciate it. All right, so I'm just going to leave it at this, like this for now, or maybe increase it just a little bit more. Mind you, it has to be subtle. You see the way it is subtle. It has to be subtle. If it is not subtle, then it will not be realistic. So I'm going to say yes to this. We're going to do another one, but now we're going to invert it. So I'm going to really reduce this one, okay, and then increase this one some more. Okay, that actually added something to these three areas. Okay, when you look closely, because it has to be, like I said, it has to be subtle. If you do it too much to the point where it is too noticeable, it is not going to be nice. It is going to look so unrealistic. So I'm going to reduce this a little bit more and increase this one just a little bit more. So when I turn it off and on, you notice that now looking at this thing from afar, everything is crisp and sharp, right? Now, thanks to the new options available in 3ds Max 2025, saving out, I think we are able to retain, when you look at these images side by side, you find out that they are almost the same thing, if not the same thing. Okay, before, when you save out, you notice some discrepancies between the file that you worked on and the new image that you have. Okay, so let me just zoom in here so you notice the difference in what I've just done. You see, as you can see, it is sharpening it just a little bit, right? Now when you zoom in, you find that it's not that a little bit. So after this, I'm now going to save this out. To save out, I'm just going to come here and export, quick export as PNG, or you can export as JPEG. Okay, let me export as JPEG. Export it to the highest quality of JPEG. You can see the size and everything still in there. Now I'm going to export now. That's all. And I'm going to save it as Masterclass edited. Okay, or post-production. Post is okay. And I'm going to say save. And it is going to save it. Now I want you to take a look at before. This is the after, sorry. This is the before. This is the after. Before, after, before, after. You can see the sharpening, just a little bit of sharpening that, went on in this image. All right, so that is it for this full course. I hope you have learned a lot. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it wasn't too tedious for you. Okay, well, if you did enjoy it, if you learned a lot, please give me a like and share this video with your friends. That helps me a lot with the YouTube algorithm to reach more people. Subscribe if you haven't done so. All right, not only subscribing, turn on notification, ring the notification bell so you don't miss any of my future tutorials when I do drop them. Thank you very much for watching this video. I will see you in the next one. Bye.